Long waves of capitalist development. A Marxist interpretation. Ernest Mandel. Preface. This book is an extension and revision of an Alfred Marshall lecture that I was invited to give to the Faculty of Politics and Economics of Cambridge. The subject itself has been fascinating me increasingly since the mid-1960s, when the first signs began to make it obvious that the post-war boom was coming to an end. I have dealt with it already in a chapter in my book Late Capitalism, London, 1975. Whereas the concept of long waves in the development of capitalist economy had definitely been out of grace with most Marxists for many decades, it had also received little attention in academic circles. A turn in the real economic situation was necessary before economists again started to pay attention to the long waves, which had been under much closer scrutiny, needless to say, in the period between wars. By trying to offer a Marxist explanation of the long waves, essentially based on long-term movements in the rate of profit determining, in the last analysis, quicker and slower long-term paces in capital accumulation, of economic growth and of expansion in the world market, I have, I believe, also made a contribution to the debates now increasingly going on among academic economists on the basic reasons why these long waves occur. It will be interesting to see if subsequent attempts to marginalize the roles of profits and of capital accumulation, in favor of monetary, psychological, or purely inventive factors, will continue to be the rule among those economists who increasingly turn toward study of long-term movements of economic growth under capitalism. The least one can say is that practical capitalists will probably be quicker to agree with Marxist theoreticians on that essential point than will many academic economists. I wish to thank André Gunder Frank, David M. Gordon, and Anwar Sheikh for many fruitful and critical remarks made concerning the original manuscript, some of which have had an influence on the final version. But I continue to disagree strongly with the opinions of the first two of these friends, who believe that the long waves can be explained by purely endogenous mechanisms of the capitalist economy. The first edition of this book was published in 1980. For this edition I have added two chapters which cover both the developing debate on long waves and the further accumulation of evidence concerning their dynamic implications for the present. M. April 1994. VLLL. equals 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 1 equals 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 equals. Long waves, empirical evidence and their explanation through fluctuations in the average rate of profit. Paradoxically, although the theory of long waves in the history of capitalist economy is clearly of Marxist origin, its initiators were Parvus, Koski, Van Gelderen, and Trotsky. Ever since its adoption by academic economists like Kondratiev, Schumpeter, Simiand, and Dupreez, Marxists have resolutely turned their backs on the concept. This has proved to be doubly self-defeating. First, it has made Marxist economists increasingly blind to what now clearly appears to be a key aspect of the industrial cycle, its articulation with long waves and therefore its varying amplitude. Second, it has prevented most Marxists from foreseeing important turning points in recent economic history, that of the late 1940s, which involved a strong upsurge in economic growth in capitalist countries, and the no less striking turning point of the late 1960s and early 1970s, which produced a sharp decline in the average rate of growth of the international capitalist economy. The existence of these long waves in capitalist development can hardly be denied in the light of overwhelming evidence. All statistical data available clearly indicate that if we take as key indicators the growth of industrial output and the growth of world exports, of the world market, the periods 1826 to 47, 1848 to 73, 1874 to 93, 1894 to 1913, 1914 to 39, 1940, 48, 1967, and 1968 are marked by striking fluctuations in these average rates of growth, with ups and downs between successive long waves ranging from 50 to 100%. 1. These long waves have been more obvious in the economies of the leading capitalist countries, Britain in the pre-World War I period, the United States in the post-World War I period, and in world industrial output as a whole than in the economies of all individual capitalist countries. The law of uneven development operates here, too. Capitalist countries that are engaged in a maximum effort to catch up with the industrialization process, such as the United States after its Civil War and Japan in the 20th century, have above average rates of growth even during the stagnation phase of a long wave. But this fact only underlines more heavily the overall relevance of the long waves. Let us briefly recall the main statistical evidence we cited for the long waves theory in late capitalism, Table 1.1. We would add some statistical material worked out by other authors. Gaston Imbert produced the indexes, based on calculations by Georgian Kosinski, of per capita world production, exponential tendencies, shown in Table 1.2. Although some of his chronological arrangements seem arbitrary, reducing the amplitude of the fluctuations, these data confirm the general conclusion of the existence of long waves. It is not difficult to extend these trends by including the strong upsurge of per capita world production during 1948 to 68 and the subsequent downward trend in the rate of growth. Imbert added an interesting calculation of long-term trends in world output of energy, Table 1.3. Again, we would strongly disagree with some of the chronological arrangements, but the waves appear no less striking from these figures. Not long ago, W. W. Rostow published a lengthy book devoted mainly to the problem of the long waves and containing a wealth of statistical data. 3. Angus Maddison 4 recently presented statistical data confirming the existence of long waves in capitalist development, 7 years after we did this in late capitalism. It is true that his calculations differ somewhat from ours. He tried to verify the existence of long waves for all 16 OECD countries. 2. Table 1.1. Statistical evidence for long waves theory. Years %. Annual compound rate of growth in 1820 to 1842.7 world trade, at constant prices, 1840 to 1875.5, 1870 to 1892.2, 1891 to 1913 3.7, 1914 to 1937 0.4, 1938 to 1967 4.8. Annual compound rate of growth of 1827 to 1847 3.2. Industrial output in Britain 1848 to 1875 4.55 degrees, 1876 to 1893 1.2, 1894 to 1913 2.2, 1914 to 1938 2.0, 1939 to 1967 3.0. Annual compound rate of growth of 1850 to 1874 4.5. B. Industrial output in Germany 1875 to 1892 2.5, after 1945, FRG, 1893 to 1913 4.3, 1914 to 1938 2.2, 1939 to 1967 3.9. Annual compound rate of growth of 1849 to 1873 5.4. Industrial output in the 1874 to 1893 4.9. United States 1894 to 1913 5.9, 1914 to 1938 2.0, 1939 to 1967 5.2% for 1947 to 1966 1967 to 1975. Annual compound growth of industrial output after World War XI. United States 5.0, 1.9. Original EEC 6 8.9 4.6. Japan 9.6 7.9. C. Britain 2.9 2.0. A Dr. J. J. Vanduijen, De Langgolf in de Economie, Essen, 1979, p. 213, contests this figure. He appears to be right. Br Devlieschauer, Le Consulat et Empire, Période de takeoff pour l'économie belge. In Revue de l'Histoire moderne et contemporaine, 17, 1970, gives the following annual compound rates of growth for the Belgian economy, 1858 to 1873, 6%, 1873 to 1893, 0.5%, 1893 to 1913, 4%. See, this was down to 7% for the 1967 to 79 period, and it will continue to slide down. The Economist, May 24, 1980, puts the annual rate of growth of Japan's GNP at 4.1% for the 1973 to 1979 period and estimates that it will decline to 3.5% for the 1979 to 1985 period. Taken together, this choice seems dubious to us, as the majority of these countries have economies that at least for the period before World War I were not really industrialized and therefore fall outside the realm of the normal business cycle altogether, although of course they were strongly influenced by it. Also, his periodization differs from ours, as he eliminated the years of World War XI, which is unjustified, at least for the United States, and he lumped together the 1870 to 1913 period into a single wave, thereby eliminating the long depression of 1873 to 93, an operation in which economic historians certainly will not follow him. Table 1.4 shows his statistical results. However, if we eliminate the non-industrialized countries from this calculation, we obtain a differentiation between the 1870 to 90 period and the 1890 to 1913 period, Table 1.5. And if we correct the chronology to conform to the real historical, the choice of a 1913 to 50 period is arbitrary, to say the least. The average underestimates the depressive trend of the 1913 to 39 period by including the strong upsurge in economic growth in North America starting in 1940. Pekka Korpinen, in his Theories of Crisis and Long Cycles, soon to be published by the Economic Research Institute of the Finnish Labour Movement, uses moving averages for the OECD countries and establishes a clear turning point in 1948 to 49. 1.13% growth rate in 1948, 5.4% in 1949. This conforms to our estimate. For the United States, the parallel turning point was clearly 1940. Movement, i.e., to cover the Great Depression of 1873 to 93, the difference shifts toward 2.2 to 3.2%, i.e., it becomes clearly significant, of the magnitude of 50%. So Madison's data do not differ essentially from ours, except that they do not go back to the 1826 to 73 period, which we tried to include in our calculations. In the meantime, other well-known economists have also jumped on the long waves bandwagon, among them Professor J. Forrester. If we consider the history of capitalist development as a whole, there remain only two important questions regarding the long waves theory. Can it be applied backward to a period preceding 1826, the year of the first modern crisis of overproduction of industrial goods? Can one recognize a long 5. expansionist wave from, say, the French Revolution or the Napoleonic Wars until 1826? Can one deduce from the long waves theory that a new expansionist long wave will succeed the present long depression at the end of the 1980s or the beginning of the 1990s? The latter part of Chapter 4 will be devoted to consideration of the second question. The first question is of interest mainly to economic and social historians. Marx himself doubted that one could properly speak of an industrial cycle before 1826, given the limits of industrialization outside of Britain and the limits of export of industrial goods. Nevertheless, there was a definite quickening of the pace of industrial development between 1790 and the early 1820s and a definite slowing of that pace in the subsequent quarter of a century. It is significant that this same rhythm can be found in the continental countries that were the most industrialized in that period, Belgium and France. 6. From the point of view of method, the choice of the key indicators is the first distinctive feature of the Marxist theory of long waves in economic development, as distinguished from the current academic theory. Marxists would refuse to follow those economic historians who center their analysis of the long waves on price and money movements. 7. They would not deny that these movements are relevant to the diagnosis of the long waves, and they would even admit a relative autonomy of monetary phenomena. But they would start from the assumption, essential to Marxist economic analysis, that the basic laws of motion of the capitalist system are those of capital accumulation, and that capital accumulation originates in the production of commodities of value and surplus value, and their subsequent realization. Thus the key indicators of long waves are movements involving output of commodities and sales of commodities. And since Marx considered the world market to be the real framework of economic fluctuations, industrial output and statistics of world exports seem clearly to be the two key indicators. This indicates clearly that Altvater's very mild criticism of our long waves theory, according to which we would underestimate the role of 6. Relative rates of expansion and contraction in the world market, is unjustified. Likewise, his remark that large-scale masses of reserve money capital cannot be proved to be in existence at the beginning of an expansive long wave is clearly not true. For 1893, after the long depression, there was a plethora of capital in the West that began to be massively exported overseas, or after 1940-48, the Marshall Plan, not to speak of the 1980s and 1990s. 8. My own contribution to the formulation of a Marxist theory of long waves in capitalist development has been misunderstood. It was interpreted by some critics as a technological explication of these long waves. 9. The idea that technological revolutions, of which I discern 3 following the Industrial Revolution, are the causes of long-term upsurges in the average rate of industrial growth does not correspond at all to my analysis. In reality, any Marxist theory of the long waves of capitalist development can only be an accumulation of capital theory, or, if one wants to express the same idea in a different form, a rate of profit theory. It is tautological, from a Marxist point of view, that a sudden long-term upsurge in the average rate of growth of industrial output can only express sudden upturns in the average rates of capital accumulation and profit, inasmuch as we are considering these fluctuations within the framework of the capitalist mode of production. A sudden doubling of the long-term rate of growth of industrial output, coinciding with long-term stagnation of capital accumulation, or, worse, a long-term decline in the average rate of profit, is an absurd hypothesis within the context of Marxist analysis. It is not difficult to demonstrate that it would likewise be absurd from the point of view of classic or neoclassic analysis, nor would it be demonstrable on the basis of empirical evidence. It is not the purpose of this discussion to refer to the lengthy debate, which has gone on for 3/4 of a century or more, concerning the relevance of Marx's tendency of the average rate of profit to decline to the development of international capitalist economy in the 19th and 20th. 7. Centuries, leaving aside the much more abstract, although by no means uninteresting or unimportant, question of whether that tendency can be empirically and historically verified, or whether it was intended by Marx only to indicate that it stimulates counter-tendencies, which are verifiable, but cannot stimulate them forever, the so-called breakdown theory controversy. 10. It is sufficient to indicate that most Marxist economists, as well as many academic economists specialized in industrial or business cycle analysis, generally agree to recognize the fluctuations in the average rate of profit and the average rate of capital accumulation within a 7-year or 10-year industrial cycle. Within each cycle, phases of upturn and prosperity are characterized by upturns in profit expectations and profit realization, profits ex ante and ex post, followed or accompanied by upturns in the rate of productive capital accumulation. 11 Phases of acute crisis and depression are characterized by declines in the rate of realized profit and profit rate expectations, accompanied by or followed by declines of the rate of productive capital accumulation, i.e., investment. We shall not go into the nice nuances of these correlations, which are by no means mechanistic, no more for serious Marxist analysts than for serious academic analysts. They take into consideration phenomena of time lags, especially between investment decisions and the final increases in output to which they lead. They take into consideration fluctuations in the amount of money capital available for investment over and above productive capital, that is, the fluctuating division of social capital between productive capital, commodity capital, capital frozen in already produced commodities, i.e., inventories, and money capital, including the phenomena of credit and rates of interest fluctuations. They take into consideration fluctuations in the demand for and supply of money capital, as well as a whole series of subsidiary factors. But the essential movements, those that determine the basic trends of the system, remain the fluctuations in the average rate of productive capital accumulation. 8. Generally, Marxist economic analysis has considered the movements of the average rate of profit in two different time frames, within the industrial cycle and within the whole lifespan of the capitalist system, the so-called breakdown theory controversy again. 12. It is our contention that a third time frame must be introduced in order to be consistent both with the overall theoretical analysis and with the empirical data that are available. That third time frame is precisely that of the so-called long waves of 20 to 25 years in duration. They present a real challenge to Marxist economic analysis. Refusal to take up that challenge constitutes ostrich-like denial of reality and implies an admission of theoretical impotence. It is a challenge to a theory in which the tendency of the average rate of profit to decline plays such an important role to explain how it is possible that following at least three historical turning points in capitalist economic history, after 1848, after 1893, and after 1940 in North America and 1948 in Western Europe and Japan, there were sudden long-term upsurges in the average rate of economic growth. We have already underlined the fact that to have such long-term increases in the growth of industrial output and investment coincide with stagnating or declining rates of profit is theoretically untenable and empirically undemonstrable. So the real problem within the framework of Marxist economic analysis is the following: is it possible, with the conceptual tools of Marxist economic analysis, to explain long-term upsurges in the average rate of profit at certain historical turning points, in spite of the cyclic downturn of that same rate of profit at the end of each industrial cycle, and in spite of the secular decline pointing to the historical limit of the capitalist mode of production? Our answer to this question is a categorical yes. We are convinced that what occurred after 1848, after 1893, and after 1940-48, were indeed long-term upsurges in the average rate of profit. And we are convinced that this is perfectly explainable within the framework of Marx's economic analysis, for the following reason. Several key variables of the Marxist system are partially 9. Autonomous variables. Their correlations are not mechanical. One of the main reasons that there have been so many misunderstandings about Marx's economic theory is precisely that by misunderstanding his method of operating at successively different levels of abstraction, or, if one prefers, his practice of using the method of successive approximation, many of his commentators and critics have attributed to him a mechanical correlation between these basic variables, which is in contradiction not only to the internal logic of his system but also to what he explicitly stated on the subject. A good illustration in that respect is Marx's theory of wages, which is in opposition to the Malthus-Lassalle concept of the iron law of wages, a theory that can be explained only in the framework of precisely such partially autonomous variables, operating within the inner logic of a coherent system. Point 13. We cannot here go into a detailed analysis of Marx's theory of wages to substantiate our point. Let us just recall an important consequence of Marx's theory of surplus value. In opposition to Ricardo, he did not see the rate of profit as a linear function of fluctuations in wages. The three main determinants of the rate of profit, for Marx, were the fluctuations in the organic composition of capital, the fluctuations in the rate of surplus value, and the fluctuations in the turnover rate of capital, the rate of surplus value being itself no linear function of the fluctuations in real wages either, as we just mentioned. 14. So, again, what happens to the rate of profit cannot in any way be deduced directly from what happens to real wages. The rate of profit can go up while real wages go up, it can go down while real wages go down. Only by careful examination of all the partially autonomous variables can one arrive at conclusions concerning the current trend of the rate of profit and predictions of its future short-term and medium-term fluctuations. One might think that this is a digression from our theme. It is not. For by showing how, in Marx's system, there is a complex dialectical interplay of various processes that are not mechanically and one-sidedly predetermined, we understand 10. The method that must be used in order to explain the sudden long-term upsurges in the average rate of profit that alone can explain the sudden long-term upsurges in the average rate of growth of industrial output and world trade after 1848, 1893, and 1940, 48, as well as, reciprocally, the long-term decline in the average rate of profit that alone can explain the striking reductions in the pace of economic growth that occurred around 1823, 1873, between the two world wars in the first half of the 20th century, and at the end of the 1960s. In other words, a sharp increase in the rate of surplus value, a sharp slowdown in the rate of increase of the organic composition of capital, a sudden quickening in the turnover of capital, or a combination of several or all of these factors can explain a sudden upturn in the average rate of profit. In addition, Marx indicated that among the forces dampening the effects of the tendency of the rate of profit to decline are an increase in the mass of surplus value and a flow of capital into countries, and, we should add, sectors, where the average organic composition of capital is significantly lower than in the basic industrial branches of the industrialized capitalist countries. Thus one can conclude, at the most abstract theoretical level, that a sudden sharp upturn in the average rate of profit occurs when several or all of the 5 previously mentioned factors operate in a synchronized way and thereby overcome the previously recognizable long-term decline in the average rate of profit. This does not mean that they cancel the normal cyclical ups and downs of that average rate of profit, i.e., that they eliminate the normal business cycle, but it does mean that they apply a brake to the cyclical declines, which occurs as long as the countervailing forces operate more strongly and in a more synchronized way than before. Conversely, when these countervailing forces are relatively weak, and when only few, or none, of them operate, the tendency of the average rate of profit to decline will assert itself with full force and will characterize a lengthy period, a depressive long wave, with a low average rate of growth or 11. Even a tendency towards stagnation. Again, this does not preclude cyclical upturns in the rates of profit and capital accumulation, i.e., a normal business cycle, but it does explain why the periods of recovery will be relatively weak and short-lived. Thus expansive long waves are periods in which the forces counteracting the tendency of the average rate of profit to decline operate in a strong and synchronized way. Depressive long waves are periods in which the forces counteracting the tendency of the average rate of profit to decline are fewer, weaker, and decisively less synchronized. Why this occurs at certain turning points can be explained only in the light of concrete historical analysis of a given period of capitalist development leading up to such a turning point. This analysis must then be completed by an explanation of why a series of factors can remain operative and predominant during a whole historical period, why they are not rapidly neutralized by the very economic results they produce. For example, why does a sharp increase in the rate of growth of industrial output during one cycle not rapidly lead to a situation of full employment and rising difficulties in increasing the rate of surplus value, which will predetermine the next cycle and make it start under much worse profit expectations than the previous one, thereby preventing a cumulatively higher rate of growth during several successive cycles? Conversely, an above-average increase in the organic composition of capital, a stagnating or even declining rate of surplus value, a pronounced decline in the rate of increase of capital turnover, or a combination of several or all of these factors can explain a long-term decline in the average rate of profit. This analysis must likewise be completed by an explanation of the reasons why such a decline does not automatically produce the results that would make a new upsurge in the rate of profit rapidly possible. Example, why as a result of a stagnating economy during one cycle there is not such an increase in unemployment that it induces a decline in real wages, which in turn induces a strong upsurge in the rate 12 of surplus value, which can then lead, from the next cycle on, to a strong increase in the average rate of profit, a strong increase in capital accumulation, and therefore a strong increase in the rate of economic growth. Can empirical evidence for such long waves in the average rate of profit be produced? Data seem to be lacking to achieve that for the industrialized capitalist countries taken as a whole, although much research has been going on for certain periods, and especially for specific branches in specific countries. But these data generally do not cover a sufficiently long time span to be able to shed light on our explanation of the long waves of economic development. In the case of Japan, Christian Sauter has drafted a graph of long-term profitability of Japanese non-agricultural private business for the period 1908 to 73 that clearly shows the long-term trends, Fig. 1.15. However, there is one area in which statistics are abundant and do cover very long stretches of time, that of interest rates. Now, from the point of view of Marxist economic theory, interest rates are by no means parallel to the rate of profit at every given moment. They can exhibit strong divergence from this rate under exceptional circumstances. When a grave economic crisis breaks out, coinciding with a monetary or credit crisis, a crisis of liquidity of many capitalist firms and banks, the rate of interest can then shoot up over the rate of profit, as it is a question of industrialists borrowing money not to produce additional profits but rather to save their capital. Conversely, during a deep depression, interest rates can fall far below the average rate of profit, as money capital is abundant and industrial firms retard or stop current investment plans. But if we look at long-term averages of annual rates of interest, these deviations from the norm are strongly reduced, and one can assume that, at least in their long-term trend, interest rates fluctuate parallel to the average rate of profit. It so happens that a computation of these long-term fluctuations in the rates of interest shows that they correspond in broad outline to the long waves of economic development. 13. That we have identified. Although this correlation is in itself no definite proof for the Marxist interpretation of the long waves as a function of the fluctuations in the average rate of profit, it certainly strengthens our case. Long-term interest yields. Britain. High yield 1798, 5.9%. Undetermined fluctuations until 1812-1815. Decline until 1852, then rise until 1874, then new decline until 1897. Low yield 1897, 2.25% United States. High yield 1920, 5.32%. Low yield 1946, 2.19%. High yield 1974, 7.2%, must be corrected for strong inflation rate. In Switzerland the highest rate recorded was that of 1974, 7.13%. France, before 1841, declining 1852 to 1873, rising 1873 to 1896, declining 1897 to 1914, rising. Short-term interest rates, decennial averages. Britain, 1805 to 1845, declining 1845 to 1875, rising 1875 to 1895, declining 1895 to 1925, rising 1925 to 1945, declining 1945 to 1965, rising. United States, 1835 to 1845, declining 1845 to 1855, rising 1855 to 1895, declining 1895 to 1925, rising. 15. 1925 to 1945, declining 1945 to 1965, rising. 16. Once we have clearly determined the method of approach to a Marxist long waves theory, which is in the last analysis a theory of long waves in the average rate of profit, we can then stress two other distinctive features of the Marxist theory, as opposed to the academic theory, of long waves in capitalist development, two distinctive features that are closely interrelated. In the explanation of the sudden upsurges in the average rate of profit after the great turning points of 1848, 1893, and 1940-48, extra economic factors play key roles. And for the very same reason, Marxists generally should not accept a Kondratiev type of theory of long cycles in economic development, in which there is, in the economy itself, a built-in mechanism through which an expansive long cycle of perhaps 25 years leads to a stagnating cycle of the same length, which then leads automatically to another expansive long cycle, and so only to state it more clearly, although the internal logic of capitalist laws of motion can explain the cumulative nature of each long wave, once it is initiated, and although it can also explain the transition from an expansionist long wave to a stagnating long wave, it cannot explain the turn from the latter to the former. 18. There is no symmetry between the unavoidable long-term results of accelerated capitalist economic growth, which is precisely a long-term decline in the average rate of profit, and the sudden long-term upturn in the average rate of profit after a consistent decline for a quarter of a century. This upturn cannot be deduced from the laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production by themselves. It cannot be deduced from the operation of capital in general. It can be understood only if all the concrete forms of capitalist development in a given environment, all the concrete forms and contradictions of many capitals, are brought into play. 19. And these imply a whole series of non-economic 16. Factors like wars of conquest, extensions and contractions of the area of capitalist operation, inter-capitalist competition, class struggle, revolutions and counter-revolutions, etc. These radical changes in the overall social and geographic environment in which the capitalist mode of production operates in turn detonate, so to speak, radical upheavals in the basic variables of capitalist growth, i.e., they can lead to upheavals in the average rate of profit. The revolution of 1848 and the discovery of the California gold fields brought about a sudden qualitative broadening of the capitalist world market. Whole areas of Central and Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and the Pacific Ocean were suddenly opened up as markets for capitalist-produced commodities. This tremendous broadening of the market, probably, in proportion, the largest that capitalism has witnessed since its inception, applied a sharp spur to extensive industrialization and to a new technological revolution, as described in detail by Marx in Chapter 13 of Volume I of Capital, the passage from the steam machine to the steam motor, from handicraft to industrial production of fixed capital. This, in turn, implied a very strong increase in the rate of growth of productivity of labor, i.e., of relative surplus value, of the rate of surplus value. Likewise, the rate of turnover of capital increased significantly as a result of revolutions in transportation and telecommunications, the steamship, the telegraph, the increase in railway construction in North America and Western and Central Europe, and revolutions in credit and trade, the joint stock company, the great department stores, etc. The combination of all these changes is sufficient to explain a strong, sudden, and durable increase in the rate of profit. The main features of imperialism, the final carving up of Africa, the Middle East, East Asia, and China into colonial empires or semi-colonial spheres of influence, the qualitative growth of capital exports to underdeveloped countries, the decline in the relative prices of raw materials, likewise explain the sudden upsurge in the average rate of profit after 1893. 17. i.e., the end of the long depression that lasted from 1873 to 1893. A slowdown in the rate of growth of the organic composition of capital, coupled with an increase in the rate of surplus value, again as a result of a technological revolution, electricity, played a key role in increasing in a lasting manner the average rate of profit. As for the turning point of 1940-48, we have explained at length in late capitalism the upsurge in the average rate of profit that enabled capitalism to overcome the long relative stagnation it had suffered between 1914 and 1939. Again, the triggering factor was extra-economic. This time it was neither social revolution, with geographic extension of the sphere of operation of capital, as after 1848, nor imperialist conquest, as in the final part of the 19th century. This time the main extra-economic triggering factor was the historic defeat suffered by the international working class in the 1930s and 1940s, fascism, war, and the Cold War and McCarthy period in North America, that enabled the capitalist class to impose a significant increase in the rate of surplus value, In the cases of Germany, Japan, Italy, France, and Spain, sensational increases ranging from 100% to 300%, in the case of the United States, a more modest but no less significant increase. Accompanied again by a slowdown in the rate of increase of the organic composition of capital, declines in relative prices of raw materials after 1951, easy and near monopoly access of the United States to cheap Middle East oil, cheapening of many elements of fixed capital since the early 1950s, and by a quickened pace in capital turnover, revolutions in telecommunications and credit, birth of a real international money market accompanying the rise of the multinational corporations, this strong increase in the rate of surplus value is sufficient to explain a sudden upsurge in the average rate of profit, followed by a strong increase in the rate of capital accumulation. 20. The opportunity to invest surplus capital in the armaments sector, with state-guaranteed profits, played a contributing role. We have said that although the key turning points are 18. Clearly brought about by exogenous extra-economic factors, they unleash dynamic processes that can then be explained by the inner logic of the capitalist laws of motion. It is at this point that we attribute an important role to technological revolutions, as did Marx himself. Our interpretation of the long waves, as compared with those of Kondratiev and Schumpeter, has the advantage that it does not explain the long waves, their origins and their ends by the doubtful existence of long-maturing investment projects 25 or even 50 years in duration, which obviously play only a marginal role in the capitalist economy, or, worse, by the sudden appearance of a great number of innovational personalities, i.e., by biological or genetic accident, but rather by the long-term ups and downs of the average rate of profit. But once such a long wave gets underway, questions remain: how does it get momentum? Why is it able to sustain itself for a long period? The answers must reside at several levels. A real technological revolution involves radical overhaul of the basic techniques in all spheres of capitalist production and distribution, including transportation and telecommunications. Large-scale innovation does not take place during the long wave of relative stagnation that precedes a technological revolution because profit expectations are mediocre. Precisely for that reason, once the sharp upsurge in the rate of profit starts, capital finds a reserve of unapplied or only marginally applied inventions and therefore has the material wherewithal for an upsurge in the rate of technological innovation. When a basic technological revolution occurs, this in itself is already of long duration. Coupled with that material wherewithal is the financial wherewithal, the previous period having witnessed significant increases in newly accumulated capital that were not productively invested, i.e., money capital reserves, which now are added to the strong increases in currently produced and accumulated surplus value to make possible a strong increase in the rate of productive capital accumulation, i.e., productive investment. 19. A real technological revolution means, at least in its first phase, large differences in production costs between those firms that already apply the revolutionary technique and those that do not or do so only marginally. But as the general climate is expansionist, it will be the average productivity of labor in advanced branches of industry that will determine the social value of these commodities, and those firms that have above average productivity of labor will enjoy large surplus profits. The same applies even more for those new branches of industry that carry the technological revolution. In the beginning, the social value of the commodities will be determined by the firms with the highest production costs. In other words, technological rents, under these conditions, drive up the average rate of profit and are not realized at the expense of less productive firms. Furthermore, the working class generally enters a long expansionist wave bearing the scars of long-term unemployment during the preceding period, reduced bargaining power and, in many cases, shaken self-confidence, so that it will not use the expansionist conditions, at least not immediately, to catch up with the lowering of relative wages that had been one of the triggering factors for the upsurge in the rate of profit. Real wages increase, but rather slowly, generally, for at least a decade, if not more. They increase less rapidly than the rate of increase in productivity of labor in Department 11, which is strongly enhanced by the technological revolution itself. So the rate of surplus value continues to increase, in spite of the rise in real wages. In addition, the general expansionist climate attracts huge migrations of underemployed labor and impoverished petty commodity producers from the periphery of industrial capitalism to the metropolitan centers. This, in turn, regularly replenishes the industrial reserve army of labor and keeps the growth of real wages within reasonable limits from the point of view of the bourgeoisie. 21 This is certainly the case for the long wave of 1940-48, to the end of the 1960s. Each previous expansionist long wave 20 needs specific analysis in this respect, although there is striking similarity in such migration waves in the 1850s and 1890s. 22 So all these forces concur to give the expansionist long wave momentum to keep the average rate of growth above average throughout several successive industrial cycles, because the realized and expected average rates of profit remain above the average of the previous long wave. Certainly this does not mean that the average rate of profit is in continuous upsurge or is more or less level on an above-average high plateau. There is an articulation between the long waves of capitalist development and the normal business cycle. During an expansionist long wave, the periods of upturn, prosperity, and boom last longer and are more pronounced, and the recessions are shorter and less severe. Conversely, during a long wave of stagnating tendency, the periods of upturn and prosperity are shorter, more hesitant, and more uneven, and the recessions last longer and are more pronounced. But during an expansionist long wave there are indeed recessions, i.e., temporary declines in the average rate of profit. Likewise, during a long wave with stagnating tendency, there are periods of upturn and prosperity, i.e., conjunctural upsurges in the average rate of profit. There is empirical evidence to confirm this articulation. Wojtynski gave the following data for two long waves of economic development in Germany. During the depressive long wave of 1874-94 there were 15 years of crisis or depression, as against 6 years of upsurge, but during the expansionist long wave of 1895-1913 there were only 4 years of crisis or depression, as against 15 years of upsurge. 23 The data presented by Gordon, Table 1.6, permit corroborative analysis for the United States and Britain. These conjunctural ups and downs in the average rate of profit do not need to be explained by the long waves theory. They can be explained perfectly by the traditional theory of crisis, as Marxists say, or business cycle theory, as academic economists call them. But it is precisely the articulation of the traditional industrial or business cycle with the long wave that makes the long waves theory a useful tool for explaining particularities of each specific industrial cycle and, more concretely, variations in their amplitudes. When Trotsky correctly rejected Kondratiev's use of the term long-term cycle in analogy with the normal industrial cycle, it was essentially because the sudden upward turning points of the long waves cannot be explained primarily by internal economic causes. For that same reason, there can be no mechanical symmetry between the length of the industrial cycle and the length of the long wave. Marxists think, as did Marx himself, that the length of the industrial cycle is dependent on the moral lifespan of fixed capital, i.e., on the distinctive period in which massive renewal of fixed capital occurs, which, by its very physical nature, cannot be renewed piecemeal and on a continuous basis. But such occurrences as new geographic conquests of capitalism, wars, revolutions, and counter-revolutions cannot be commanded by any such mechanical law as the moral lifespan of large-scale machinery. 22. However, to deny that once a new long wave is underway the inner logic of capitalism, i.e., the laws of motion of the system, must of necessity command the further trend of events is to deny that these laws of motion are operative in any real sense whatsoever. If one believes that not just once every 50 or 60 years, but continuously, external non-economic forces determine the development of the capitalist economy, then one rejects out of hand Marx's entire economic analysis. 24 That is why we cannot accept the criticism addressed to us, and to the Marxist theory of the long waves in general, that we eclectically try to combine exogenous and indigenous explanations of capitalist development, i.e., try to combine Trotsky and Kondratiev pound. 25. There is nothing eclectic in the thesis that sudden long-term upsurges in the average rate of profit can be explained, in the last analysis, only through changes in the social environment in which capitalism operates, and that once these upsurges have occurred, the inner contradictions of the capitalist mode of production come into their own and inexorably lead to new declines in the rate of profit, both on a conjunctural basis, the industrial cycle, and on a long-term basis. It is inevitable that a new long wave of stagnating trend must succeed a long wave of expansionist trend, unless, of course, one is ready to assume that capital has somehow discovered the trick of eliminating for a quarter of a century, if not for longer, the tendency of the average rate of profit to decline. In order to illustrate even more precisely this articulation of external and internal factors in the interplay of the long waves of capitalist development and the economic history of capitalism, we must introduce into the analysis of the long waves two additional elements: the long-term trend of international capitalist competition, at state level, and the long-term fluctuations in gold production. There are indisputable parallels among the relative hegemony of Britain in the world market in the 1848-73 period, followed by the decline of that hegemony in the 1873-93 long depression, the relative hegemony of British imperialism. 23. In the 1893-1913 period, followed by the precipitous decline of that hegemony in the 1914-40 period and the strong hegemony of American imperialism in the period from 1940-48 to the late 1960s, followed by the relative decline of that hegemony since then. It is true that we can speak only of parallels, not absolute identities. The hegemony of British industry in the 1848-73 period was much more pronounced than the hegemony of British imperialism in the 1893-1913 period, which was almost from the start increasingly challenged by the rise of German imperialism and later by the rise of American imperialism. Also, the hegemony of American imperialism in the late 1940s and the 1950s probably outdistances anything the British capitalists witnessed at any time during the 19th century. Other differences could be stressed, but the rhythmic movement is striking in all three cases. We were among the first analysts to announce the relative decline of American imperialism as early as the middle 1960s. 26. There can hardly be any doubt today that those predictions have been completely confirmed by subsequent events. Under conditions of private property and competition for profit, only a high degree of international concentration of economic and political military power makes it possible to impose on the capitalist world currently pragmatic solutions in times of crisis, solutions that may or may not help the system overcome its difficulties, but that are imposed nevertheless. When that concentration of power is lacking, when there exist the classic conditions of unstable equilibrium among 2, 3, 4, or even greater numbers of capitalist power blocks, then no decisions whatsoever can be imposed, and there occurs a general crisis of international capitalist leadership, which certainly does not help the system overcome its deep depressions more rapidly. The obvious similarities between the procrastinations of the imperialist powers during and after the 1929-32 depression in regard to efforts to promote any type of international solution to the crisis, even stopgap solutions, and the same. 24. Inability of international capital since 1973 to collaborate, the many summit conferences notwithstanding, cannot therefore be considered accidental. Certainly the intensities of international trade wars and protectionist initiatives are less pronounced now than they were in the 1930s. But the reversal of the trend, as compared with what occurred in the middle 1940s, 1950s, and early 1960s, is no less striking. 28. In that period, American imperialism had been able to impose the Bretton Woods system, the Marshall Plan, and the industrial reconstruction of West Germany and Japan without any serious resistance from its competitors' allies, for better or for worse. Today it can do nothing of the sort. Now, these successive variations in the relationships of forces among the main imperialist, In the 19th century, capitalist powers or power blocks are obviously not to be explained by the inner laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production alone, although they are certainly related to the law of concentration and centralization of capital and the law of uneven development. But it is obvious that wars, expansions, and contractions of colonial empires or semi-colonial spheres of influence, national liberation movements, revolutions, counter-revolutions, and their respective outcomes play decisive roles here. Without the crushing defeat of the German working class in 1933, German imperialism could never have embarked on its course of accelerated expansion and aggression in the 1930s and early 1940s. Without the defeat of German and Japanese imperialism in World War II, American imperialism could never have established the strong hegemony it enjoyed in the 1945–65 period. Without the combination of the decline in British military and political power in World War II and the upsurge in the national liberation movements in Asia and Africa, the collapse of the British Empire could not have occurred in the relatively short time span in which it did occur. The correlation between fluctuations in gold production and the long waves of capitalist economic development has fascinated many economic historians. After Cassell's pioneering 25 work, many subtle perfections of his basic thesis, to wit, that the long waves are in the last analysis determined by long waves in price movements, in their turn determined by long-term fluctuations in gold production, have been introduced. 29 But from a Marxist point of view, they all suffer from a basic weakness. Gold production in general, or monetarized gold output, i.e., that part of current gold production that is bought by central banks, or the rates of increase of central bank total gold stocks, etc., is always quantitatively compared with total world output and is said to determine the general price trend by means of a relationship between both rates of growth. This is but a crude application of Ricardo's mistaken quantity theory of money applied to gold as money. Gold can play its role as money, i.e., as general equivalent precisely because it is a commodity, an embodiment of abstract human labor like all other commodities. Therefore, not the quantity of gold produced but the fluctuations of the value of gold compared with the average value of commodities will determine the general trend of prices expressed in gold/money, or paper currencies with a fixed gold basis, i.e., convertible into a fixed quantity of gold. Thus the key factor to be examined in explaining long-term trends in prices, expressed in gold currencies, is the comparative trend of the productivity of labor in gold mining, on the one hand, and in industry and agriculture, on the other hand. It has long been understood that gold production fluctuates in a counter-cyclic manner in response to ups and downs in the capitalist economy. 30 But when we seek to determine if this counter-cyclic functioning is also applicable to the long waves of capitalist development, we have basically to distinguish the situation of 19th century gold production from that of 20th century gold output. In the 19th century, gold exploration and sudden radical declines in the value of gold caused by the discovery of rich new gold fields were essentially factors of chance. Capital outlays involved in these discoveries were minuscule. 31 It was only after the discovery of the Rand mines in the Transvaal in the late 19th century. 26. That gold mining became a capitalist industry whose own laws of motion were determined by the logic of capital accumulation. 32 The subsequent development of the Oranje fields, as well as what is going on today after the sensational rise in the price of gold to more than $500 per ounce only confirms this rule. 33 But chance discoveries such as the rich bonanzas of California, Australia, and the Transvaal in the 19th century are obviously exogenous factors that cannot be explained, neither in their volume nor in respect to the moment at which they took place. 34 By what occurred during the previous long wave of capitalist development. And by suddenly and strongly depressing the value of gold, they influenced an upward surge in prices that undoubtedly favored an upsurge in the rate of profit. That is, they were among those environmental factors that can explain the two turning points in the rate of profit that made possible the two expansive long waves after 1848 and after 1893.35. Strangely enough, A Soviet author has followed the opinion of many American and international economists and technocrats concerning the possibility of demonetizing gold, defending the idea that credit money, bank credit, represents real money, which can play the same role as gold. 36. This is in contradiction not only of Marx's labor theory of value but also of what has been observed during recent years in the world market. The higher the rates of inflation of the currencies of the leading capitalist countries, the more gold confirms its role as the real measure of the value of paper currencies. And the more the rise in the price of gold in the world economy will increase. All the schemes for its demonetization will fail. 27. equals 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 2 equals 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 long waves, technological revolutions, and class struggle cycles. Technological revolutions are impossible without advances in science. To what degree are they determined by scientific progress? To what degree can scientific progress be correlated to the development of the productive forces dominated and domesticated by capitalism, that is, to what degree can it be correlated to the inner logic of the capitalist mode of production? It is a fascinating subject whose surface we cannot even scratch in this essay. 1a First correlation can be established at the level of the basic historical tendency of capital to transform scientific labor, i.e., general labor in the most abstract sense of the word into a specific form of proletarianized labor, i.e., labor subordinated to the needs of capitalism and controlled by capital. In late capitalism we pointed out how Marx deduced this tendency from the general laws of motion of capital, thereby describing by anticipation a phenomenon that would not occur in his time but would occur much later. In opposition to a constantly repeated platitude, this confirms that Marx's Capital, precisely because of its broad historically anticipatory sweep, is much more a work of the 20th century than of the 19th century. In machinery, the appropriation of living labor by capital achieves a direct reality in this respect as well. It is, firstly, the analysis and application of mechanical and chemical laws, arising directly out of science, which enables the machine to perform the same labor as that previously performed by the worker. However, the development of machinery along this path occurs. 28. Only when large industry has already reached a higher stage, and all sciences have been pressed into the service of capital, and when, secondly, the available machinery itself already provides great capabilities. Invention then becomes a business, and the application of science to direct production becomes a prospect which determines and solicits it. 3. We described in late capitalism the concrete process by which corporate-dominated research laboratories developed, beginning at the end of the 19th century and going through World Wars I and XI. 4. However, as Marx predicted, this direct link between scientific progress and the emergence of new technology appears relatively late in the development of the capitalist mode of production. It is preceded by two phases in which capital appropriates in a much more pragmatic way the technical skills of craftsmen technicians in order to substitute machinery for living labor in the process of constant fragmentation and parcelization of labor for purposes of socio-economic control over labor, i.e., maximization of the production of surplus labor, which is the driving force of the constantly growing and perfected division of labor within the production process. 1. A phase in which experimentation by craftsmen, occurring in the production process and preceding by centuries systematic experimentation by natural scientists, is directly at the basis of most advances in technology. This phase accounts for most of the period of manufacturing capitalism according to Arthur Clegg. 5. Harry Braverman, following Bernal, pointed out that this also applies to most of the basic inventions of the Industrial Revolution. David Londas made a similar point in Prometheus Unbound. 6. 2. A phase in which experimental observation by engineers, or engineers having become capitalists, leads them, as Marx put it, to transform the workers' operations into more and more mechanical ones so that at a certain point a mechanism can step into the worker's place. Here the 29. contribution of the craftsman to invention might be said to have been largely indirect, although the separation between craftsmen and engineers was not as clear as it sometimes appears from occupational categorizations. The formal reunification of abstract science and concrete technological inventions occurs with the appearance of applied science. It is not possible here to deepen the analysis of the correlation between this appearance and the inner dialectics of the advance of natural science, on the one hand, and the inner logic of the capitalist mode of production, or, better, bourgeois society in general, on the other. This is a subject that merits much more attention from Marxist theorists than it has received up to now. We hope one day to find the time to return to it at greater length. It must be stressed that the tendency of capital to proletarianize, i.e., subordinate to itself, scientific labor is directly related to the unrelenting thirst for more surplus labor, more surplus value, and more profit, spurred on both by competition and by the class struggle between capital and labor. Therefore it is already interconnected with the rhythmic movement of capital accumulation. It seems obvious that long periods of generally declining rates of profit will tend to encourage research aimed at radical breakthroughs in the field of production cost cutting, i.e., radical technological transformations, at the same time as they no less obviously discourage large-scale radical technological innovations, that is, they tend to concentrate current investment on rationalization investment, i.e., investment that is immediately economizing in terms of labor costs. Point 7 Gerhard Mensch assembled important evidence that clusters of basic innovations occurred in the 1820s, the 1880s, and the 1930s, exactly during stagnating long waves. 8 Economic history, in turn, confirms that the investment outlays for the first massive applications of these basic innovations generally occurred 10 years later, after the turn from the depressive long wave to the expansionist long wave had already taken place. Fig. 2. Conversely, when the general atmosphere of bourgeois society is dominated by a buoyant growth, prosperity, sentiment, reflecting the sudden sharp real increases in the average rates of profit and of capital accumulation, conditions are more congenial to the huge capital outlays necessary for radical technological revolutions, as opposed to piecemeal current innovations that do not revolutionize basic techniques in all spheres of social life, all branches of industry, transportation, telecommunications, trade and credit, administration, etc. So one can logically conclude that there is rhythmic alternation between intensified research and initial basic innovation, during depressive long waves, 9 and intensified radical innovation, during expansionist long waves. It remains to be determined if the decisive intermediate link, the increase in clusters of inventions, occurs at the final stage of the depressive long wave, or if this is too mechanical a correlation between the long-term rhythm of capital accumulation and the long-term rhythm of the research invention innovation cycle. In case such a correlation is actually proved, the term cycle will be justified here. J. Schmuckler has tried to prove that the patent cycle is closely related to the business cycle in general and does not precede or anticipate it. 10. Although the argumentation seems convincing, it does not distinguish between qualitatively different types of patents, and thus it cannot provide an answer. 31. To the question we pose, what is decisive is the phenomenon of patents permitting radical innovations, not the patent cycle in general. W. Rupert Maclaurin 11 introduced distinctions among 5 successive conditions for innovation. 1. The propensity to develop pure science. 2. The propensity to invent. 3. The propensity to innovate. 4. The propensity to finance innovation. 5. The propensity to accept innovation. But although he indicated that a nation could contribute significantly to pure science and to invention but remain stagnant if too small a proportion of the capital supply in the country were channeled into new development. 12. Here the mediations with profit expectations and the fluctuations of the rate of profit are obvious. He failed to make the distinction between innovations that do not modify the general technique of production and those that do. Combining his analysis with that of Gerhard Mensch, one would more correctly see the following successive conditions for a technological revolution. 1. The propensity to develop pure science. 2. A turning point in current inventions leading up to basic inventions capable of changing the whole basic technology of production. 3. The propensity to radical innovation. 4. Modifications in the general conditions of capital accumulation, profit expectations, and foreseeable market expansions that justify massive outlays for radical innovation. 13. 5. The combined effects of implemented radical innovations, rising rates of profit, and accelerated economic growth, capital accumulation, that launch the technological revolution in the real sense of the term. 32. But at this point in the analysis, a second powerful correlation between the process of capital accumulation and the logic of technological revolutions must be established. Each specific technology, radically different from the previous one, is centered around a specific type of machine system, and this, in turn, presupposes a specific form of organization of the labor process. Let us assume, very broadly, that the successive stages of the Industrial Revolution and of the first, second, and third technological revolutions, always warning against too mechanical an interpretation of these stages and stressing the inevitable existence of transitional forms, corresponding to the law of uneven and combined development, correspond very broadly to the following machine systems: craftsworker operated, and craftsworker produced, machines driven by the steam engine, machinist operated, and industrially produced, machines driven by steam motors, assembly line combined machines tended by semi-skilled machine operators and driven by electric motors, continuous flow production machines integrated into semi-automatic systems made possible by electronics. L4 It is undeniable that these four successive radically different types of technology and machine systems presuppose four different types of labor organization. The transition from one to another has historically involved serious working class resistance, among other reasons, because it implies serious deteriorations in working conditions, not necessarily linked to a lowering of real wages or to an increase in the physical workload, but felt and understood by a significant part of the production workers as a deterioration in overall labor conditions. What we want to stress is not so much the consequences as the origins of revolutionary transformations in the labor process. In our opinion, they originate from attempts by capital to break down growing obstacles to a further increase in the rate of surplus value during the preceding period. Thereby, again, a direct connection is established with the rhythmic long-term movement of capital accumulation and the increasing, or decreasing, push toward. 33. Radical changes in labor organization. During most of the duration of an expansionary long wave, when the average rate of profit is increasing or staying on a high plateau, the incentive to radically change labor organization, which is tendentiously permanent under capitalism, is less urgent for the bourgeoisie. Huge capital outlays have occurred, and they need to be depreciated and valorized. To replace them too quickly would counteract these needs. Radical changes in labor organization would provoke strong working class resistance, frequent interruptions of production, and increased class struggle across the board, which conflicts with the normal tendency of the bourgeoisie to try to decrease social tensions when the rate of growth is high and the material means are there to grant some reforms to the working class. Conversely, toward the end of an expansionist long wave and during a large part of the subsequent depressive long wave, the decline in the rate of profit is pronounced, and that rate remains generally in a trough much lower than during the preceding expansionist long wave. There is then a growing and powerful incentive for capital to radically increase the rate of surplus value, which cannot be achieved simply through increases in the workload, speed-ups, intensification of the existing labor process, etc., but demands a profound change in that process. Likewise, toward the end of the expansionist long wave, the class struggle generally intensifies for reasons linked to the very long-term acceleration of capital accumulation itself, numerical strengthening of the working class, relative decline in unemployment, growing unionization, etc. Precisely because intensification of the class struggle has already become an objective trend, the hesitation of the capitalist class to further increase social tensions by changing the labor organization will decrease, or, at least, the balance between the divisions inside the capitalist class related to those questions will tend to tilt in favor of those who want to go over to a stronger offensive against the working class. If we examine the historical stages of introduction of initial machinism, of the first machine systems, of Taylorism, and of 34. Continuous flow labor organization, we can see that although their experimentation and initial introduction generally occur toward the end of an expansionist long wave, their generalization coincides with a depressive long wave. This is very clear in the case of conveyor belt labor organization, first introduced in the 1910-14 period, 15 but generalized only after World War I. 16. It is also clear in the case of continuous flow labor organization, which was limited during the period from 1940-48 to 1968 to a few industries, nuclear power plants, oil refineries, petrochemical plants, semi-automated canneries, bottling and packaging plants in the food industry, etc. Its generalization announces itself only now, through the emergence of microprocessors. We have, therefore, a striking confirmation, in the field of labor organization, of what we stated earlier in relation to the technological revolutions themselves. There are alternations involving long periods during which they have an innovative character, which pushes up the average rate of profit, followed by long periods during which they take the form of generalization and vulgarization, which pushes down and holds down the average rate of profit. Furthermore, there is growing evidence that each of these revolutions in labor organization, made possible through successive technological revolutions, grew out of conscious attempts by employers to break down the resistance of the working class to further increases in the rate of exploitation. The first technological revolution was clearly an answer to the struggle of the British workers to shorten the normal workday. Marx himself commented on this at length in Capital why the second technological revolution was closely related to the increasing resistance of the strong crafts unions, both in the United States and in Western Europe, to more direct control by management over the work process. In fact, Taylorism arose directly out of the attempts to impose such direct control. Likewise, the third technological revolution had a direct link to the growth of unionization among semi-skilled mass production workers and to the need to whittle away the 35. Power of control over conveyor belt production made possible by union strength of that type. Some authors have suggested that right now attempts are underway toward a new and revolutionary transformation of labor organization as a response of capital to the upsurge in working class strength and militancy since 1967-8 in Western Europe, the United States, and Japan. 18. And according to studies by historians like Gareth Stedman Jones, one can even apply a similar analysis to the very emergence of the modern factory system, to the Industrial Revolution itself. 19. Up to this point all of the processes described seem to correspond in a straightforward manner to the inner needs and logic of capital accumulation, to the objective needs of capital. But at this point, an exogenous element appears. Capital has a constant need to increase the rate of surplus value and to foster deterioration of general working conditions for the working class, and this need is particularly pronounced when it is confronted with a sharp and sustained decline in the rate of profit, but its capacity to realize these ends does not depend on objective conditions alone. It depends also on subjective factors, i.e., the capacity of the working class to mount resistance and counterattack. And this capacity, in turn, is not a straightforward mechanical function of what happened in the previous period, the degree of growth of the wage-earning class, the relative level of unemployment, the level and homogeneity of unionization, more generally, working class organization, attained. Although these factors are obviously very important, others must be brought into play: the absolute, numerical, strength of the working class, its weight in the total active population, and of the organized labor movement, the degree of self-confidence and militancy of the working class, its degree of autonomy in relation to predominant bourgeois ideologies, the relative strength of the workers' vanguard inside the class and the labor movement, i.e., the relative strength of that layer of the working class that is qualitatively more independent from bourgeois and petit bourgeois ideology, at least in 36. Relation to the immediate central issues of the class struggle, the relationship of forces between that workers' vanguard and the bureaucratic apparatuses dominating the large working class organizations, the relative strength, or weakness, of an independent anti-capitalist pole of attraction inside the labor movement, revolutionary organizations. Added to the subjective factors on the side of the working class, there are, of course, subjective factors on the side of the capitalist class, the relative strengths of its different political parties, historical and other factors that favor or hamper recourse to massive restrictions of democratic freedom and massive repression, etc. It is the interplay of all these subjective factors with the objective trends outlined previously that will have a decisive bearing on the outcome of the intensified class struggle that generally characterizes most of the depressive long wave. Not only will it decide the length of the interval that must elapse before capital can implement the restructuring necessary to decisively redress the rate of profit, it also will decide the very possibility of that restructuring, i.e., whether the protracted crisis ends with such a restructuring or with a breakthrough towards socialism. In other words, the emergence of a new expansionist long wave cannot be considered an endogenous, i.e., more or less spontaneous, mechanical, autonomous, result of the preceding depressive long wave, whatever the latter's duration and gravity. Not the laws of motion of capitalism but the results of the class struggle of a whole historical period are deciding this turning point. What we assume here is a dialectic of the objective and subjective factors of historical development, in which the subjective factors are characterized by relative autonomy, that is, they are not predetermined directly and unavoidably by what occurred previously in regard to the basic trends of capital accumulation, the trends in transformation of technology, or the impact of these trends on the process of labor organization itself. We assume that there is a long cycle of class struggle, or, to 37. Be more precise, a long cycle of rise and decline in working class militancy and radicalization, that is relatively independent of the long waves of more rapid accumulation and slower accumulation, although to some extent interwoven with them. Without wanting to sketch such a cycle for the entire world proletariat since the inception of the capitalist mode of production, we believe that it is rather obvious for the European working class, Fig. 3. When we speak about a relatively autonomous long-term cycle of class struggle, strongly determined by the historical effects of cumulative working class victories and defeats in a series of key countries, we do, of course, mean just that and no more. No Marxist would deny that the subjective factor in history, the class consciousness and political leadership of basic social classes, is in its turn determined by socio-economic factors. But it is determined in a long-term sense, i.e., within a historical dimension, not by economic developments directly and immediately, nor by those of the immediately preceding period. To give a striking example, whereas the appearance of massive unemployment weakened the unions and workers' militancy in the late 1920s and early 1930s in Britain, it had the opposite effect in the 1970s. It is here that we disagree with the analysis of David Gordon, which in many aspects closely resembles our own. Gordon concluded that resolution of the long-term crisis of accumulation is as endogenous to the system as is the generation of the crisis itself by the previous expansionist long wave. 20. In order to make such a conclusion compatible with the obviously key role that social forces, in the last analysis, reducible to the class struggle, play in the outcome of the long-term crisis of accumulation, in the determination of a new sharp upturn in the average rate of profit, he introduced the general concept of social conditions of accumulation as predetermining the possibility of the long-term upsurge. At first this appears as a decisive break with economism, the devil that latter-day Marxists of the Althusser Palancis school relentlessly try to exorcise. But when one gives closer attention to the interplay of different factors in the analysis, the striking difference between Gordon's endogenous symmetric long cycles and our asymmetric long waves resides precisely in the fact that we base ourselves on the relative autonomy of the subjective factor and conclude that the outcome of the depressive long wave is not predetermined, it depends on the outcome of class struggles between living social forces, whereas Gordon sees the outcome of the depressive long wave as predetermined by the processes of capital accumulation and labor organization in the previous period. Economism and straightforward economic determinism are back with a vengeance in the classic tradition of the Second International, all the subtle analysis of institutions, ideologies, decision-making processes, and a host of minor additional factors notwithstanding. Let us repeat that much of Gordon's analysis is valuable, and it certainly enriches the Marxist approach toward the problem of the long waves of economic development in regard to method and in regard to results. 21. But by trying to discover a single set of unified laws of motion for the functioning of the capitalist mode of production and the changes in its historical and geographic environment, by collapsing into a mechanistic and not a dialectical totality the general and the specific, Gordon inevitably reproduces the weaknesses of all those attempts at explaining long waves that have characterized notably the theories of Kondratiev and Schumpeter. Not by accident, Gordon returns to the bunched introduction of long-term investment goods as the basic explanation of the long waves, a working hypothesis that cannot be substantiated after the phasing out of railroad construction as one of the main motors of heavy capital investment. Likewise, it is no accident that the Russian Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and the upsurge in national liberation movements in the Southern Hemisphere do not intervene in Gordon's scheme, as they can hardly be considered the outcome of the previous social structure of accumulation. What we pointed out with regard to the relatively 40. Autonomous character of the class struggle is likewise true for the rise and decline of hegemonic capitalist powers in the world market and the interference of that movement with basic trends in world market expansion and contraction. To limit ourselves to the 20th century, neither the October Revolution nor the defeat of the German Revolution nor the Versailles Treaty nor its collapse nor Hitler's conquest of power can be said to be the logical results of the patterns of capital accumulation or labor organization or the social structure of accumulation in the previous long wave of capitalist growth. Although the rise to hegemony of American imperialism has more obvious objective roots, it is sufficient to point out the direct impact that the mass migration of key German scientists to the United States, a result of the avoidable conquest of power of Hitler, has had on both the development of nuclear research and the emergence of fully automated techniques closely tied to nuclear power in the United States. To understand how many factors involved in determining the chronology and size of that hegemony were initially undetermined and depended on the outcome and interplay of numerous social, political, and ideological struggles. Likewise, the rapidity with which the American hegemony has been eroded and undermined, which has surprised many observers who failed to understand the differences between the world of 1945 to 50 and the world of 1968 to 78, can in no way be seen as a straightforward function of contradictions in the social structure of accumulation that determined the long post-war expansionist wave. They are the combined results of a series of worldwide social and political struggles and their outcomes, something that was absolutely not predetermined when the continuous flow production process was introduced or when electronics and the multinational corporations came into their own. The real history of the last 35 years becomes incomprehensible, or mystified, if we do not take into consideration the fact that political developments and decisions on an international scale are relatively 41. Autonomous in regard to the general process of capital accumulation. 22. The gravest implication of the fatalistic approach of mechanistic economic determinism, an implication not present in Gordon's writings, let us state this clearly in order to avoid unnecessary polemics, is that it blurs the polar contradiction of the alternative ways in which a long-term historical crisis of capital accumulation can be resolved. It attributes a kind of limitless power to capital, generally even divorced from concrete social, political, and human forces in which capital must be embodied, to attain its historical goals. 23. It thereby offers an excuse and a consolation for all those who bear political responsibility for what occurs in the class struggle and on the world scene. When one says that capitalism can lead either to socialism or to barbarism, one implies that both socialism and barbarism will bear, at least in the initial stage, some of the stigmata of the society from which they arise. But it would be pure sophism to conclude that for that reason it does not really make much difference whether the one or the other triumphs. We might as well say that it makes little difference whether mankind survives or disappears. For all the indicated reasons, we stick to our concept of a basic asymmetric rhythm in the long waves of capitalist development, in which the downturn, the passage from an expansionist long wave into a depressive one, is endogenous, whereas the upturn is not, but rather is dependent on those radical changes in the general historical and geographic environment of the capitalist mode of production that can induce a strong and sustained upturn in the average rate of profit. And although the long cycles of the class struggle and their interrelationship with the search for radical transformation in the process of labor organization must be integrated into that analysis, their relative autonomy must be stressed, as must the decisive role of the subjective factor in determining whether an unavoidable phase of exacerbated class struggle, this phase is, of course, the direct outcome of the long-term crisis in valorization of capital, will end in working class defeat or 42. Victory. The provisional synthesis of all these analytical elements is shown in Table 2.1. It is interesting to note that in the preparatory investigations of the Systems Dynamics National Project at MIT, which are at the basis of the Forrester article, in the unpublished annual report of 1976 of the project to its sponsors, delivered on March 11, 1977, it was said, one response to such a condition of excess demand for capital goods is to raise the price of capital. Thus in Fig. 4, high delivery delay in the capital sector leads to increased price of capital equipment. Increased price, in turn, augments the return on investment in the capital sector. Increased profitability of capital goods production directly encourages more orders for capital, both through expansion of existing capital goods producers and through attraction of new firms to the industry. 24. Although we would not, of course, agree with the idea that higher profits in the capital goods sector, Marxists would say in Department I, are caused by higher prices just resulting from increased demand, the strategic role of higher profits inducing higher investment is correctly stressed here. It is a pity that that interesting line of investigation seems to have been abandoned in the further course of the project's labor. The concept of overproduction of physical capital, handled by Professor Forrester, can never be absolute in a capitalist economy. It is always overproduction in relation to potential sales at an expected rate of profit. The Dutch economist Dr. van Duygen also made a recent detailed investigation into the long waves problem. He tried to combine Schumpeter's innovation theory with Forrester's concept of demand overshooting for fixed capital goods and added the product life cycle as a third element of explanation. Now, increased demand in the capital goods sector is induced by increased appearance of new consumer goods, for which additional consumer demand manifests itself. 25. The difficulty with that explanation is that the empirical evidence that van Duygen himself quoted tends to show that the innovations producing the new products generally occur much earlier than the beginning of the new expansionist long wave. Why then the sudden upsurge of capital investment to massively produce them? Again, by leaving out the key factor of a massive increase in the rate of profit, these elements of explanation, valuable in and by themselves, remain insufficient to explain the turning point from the depressive to the expansionist long wave. Van Duygen noted the asymmetry with the turning point from the depressive to the expansionist long wave, which is endogenous. It is closely linked to the phenomenon of overcapacity. Professor Forrester has made an interesting attempt to build a model leading to an endogenous long wave. It is based on the supplementary investment in Department I needed to satisfy a big backlog of orders for additional means of production. 26. Investment that unavoidably leads to overcapacity. Such a model obviously applies to a wave of radical innovations, i.e., technological revolutions like those described earlier. The weakness of the model, as with so many others, is its elimination of the profit factor, which is the strategic factor for capitalist development. A big backlog of orders cannot present itself to the firms producing machinery and raw 47. Materials unless there is a big upsurge in profits and profit expectations. What factors overcome the excess capacity characterizing the depressive long waves? First is the upsurge in the rate of profit, and only after that come the big orders for new equipment. But Forrester's model does not explain the sudden upsurge in the rate of profit. It can only confirm that endogenous factors alone cannot explain the upward turning point of the long waves. 48 equals 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 3 equals 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 long waves, inflation, and the end of the post-war boom. We have now to add an additional dimension to the Marxist theory of long waves of capitalist development. The historical turning point of World War I and the turning point of the Russian Revolution cannot be eliminated from that theory. The change in the general environment of the capitalist system, which we used as background or framework for the three successive upsurges in the average rate of profit, the average rate of capital accumulation, and the average rate of economic growth, must be re-examined, amplified, and modified in order to understand that the changes following World War I were of a qualitatively different nature than the changes before World War I. We shall synthesize these changes in a somewhat provocative way. Revolutionary Marxists contend that with the outbreak of World War I, the historical period of expansion of the capitalist mode of production came to an end. From then on, we entered a new historical period involving both relative decline and geographic contraction of that mode of production. The victory of the Russian Revolution and the subsequent losses suffered by the international capitalist system in Eastern Europe, China, Cuba, and Vietnam are significant expressions of that reversal, although by no means its only expressions. Obviously, these changes are not purely external. Their causes are not basically exogenous. What revolutionary Marxists assert is that capitalism entered a period of protracted structural crisis with the outbreak of World War I, a 49 crisis that can be explained, in the last analysis, by a qualitative sharpening of the inner contradictions of the system, i.e., precisely by the operation of the system's laws of motion. In that sense, the war, the revolutionary upheavals that followed the war, the secession of Russia from capitalism, and the exceptional 1929-32 slump only express the depth of that structural crisis in a concentrated form. The outcome of these cataclysms is a different matter. We shall come back to the economic characteristics of that crisis. But before doing that, we want to clarify a question that might seem obscure and unimportant to academic economists, but that certainly is not unimportant for economic historians, historians of economic analysis, and historians of social and political thought in general. This question has also played an important role in discussions among various groups of Marxists. The question is whether or not a structural crisis and historical decline of capitalism excludes new spurts of rapid development in productive forces, i.e., excludes by definition new expansionist long waves like the one between 1940, 48, and 1968. Point 1. Interestingly enough, the argument has been taken up by two dogmatic groups at opposite ends of the spectrum of what we can call Marxist philosophers of history. At one end of the spectrum it is contended that because the rapid growth in productive forces and in the international capitalist economy in the first quarter century following World War I is undeniable, the whole notion of an epoch of capitalist decline is scientifically untenable and must be thrown out the window. 2. At the other end of the spectrum it is contended that because the decline of capitalism is undeniable, it has, after all, lost 1/3 of mankind in those areas where it no longer reigns. The development of productive forces after 1940 in North America and after 1948 within the whole of the international capitalist economy is a non-fact, i.e., economic growth, even rapid economic growth, is quite compatible with the concept of stagnation or even decline of productive forces. We leave aside those who try to escape. 50. The real analytical difficulty by denying that capitalism has lost anything and by contending that it still rules in Russia, China, Eastern Europe, Cuba, and Vietnam. Suffice it to say that they could hardly find any capitalist, whether Russian, Chinese, East European, or Vietnamese, to share their bizarre conviction. We believe that the concept of a fundamental turning point in the history of capitalism occurring in 1914 is quite relevant from an economic and political point of view. Furthermore, This turning point can be detected at every level of social activity. We believe that the decline of bourgeois society, of capitalist world expansion, of what one could call bourgeois civilization, is an undeniable fact, and that its expressions in the economic field can easily be confirmed. 3. One has only to consider the special nature of the economic crisis of 1929–32 to relate it to that decline. But we also believe that the fact that capitalism entered a period of structural crisis and historical decline in 1914 does not, by itself, preclude new periodic upsurges in productive forces for and even a new expansionist long wave like the one we witnessed between 1940, 48, and 1968. It only means that the nature of the long wave will be significantly different from the nature of the long wave seen during the period of historical rise and expansion of the capitalist system. We shall examine in what way the specific nature of the 1940, 48–68 long wave of accelerated growth in the international capitalist economy is precisely related to the long-term characteristics of capitalist decline. Let us take as illustrating the point of our analysis the correlation between the rise and decline of leading capitalist powers in the world market and the rise and decline of the international monetary system. Apparently, there is such a correlation between the rise and decline of the British Empire and the rise and decline of the pound sterling accepted as world money, i.e., accepted as being as good as gold, although the gold reserves of the Bank of England never represented more than an extremely modest fraction of 51. Worldwide reserves, 3.6% in 1913. There is an even more striking apparent correlation between the rise and subsequent decline of the absolute hegemony of American imperialism in the international capitalist economy and the rise and decline of the dollar as world money considered as good as gold. It is interesting to note that the pre-World War I monetary system was not a pure gold standard but rather a gold exchange standard. 5. This is not unrelated to a structural characteristic and contradiction in capitalism, the fact that capitalist commodity production tends by its very nature to be world market production, whereas the many capitals that organize that commodity production in a competitive way are structured through bourgeois nation-states. Generalized commodity production presupposes, is impossible without, the independent existence of exchange value, money, separate and apart from the currently produced commodities. But money is, in its turn, structured into national currencies. The drive to constantly expand capital accumulation, to constantly increase surplus value realization, combined with the minor, but by no means unimportant, need to economize the use of the special commodity that serves as universal equivalent, gold and silver, or tomorrow perhaps gold and diamonds, has led to a situation in which gold alone cannot fulfill its role as world money, at least not on a permanent basis. It is only world money of the last resort. Although there does not exist any bourgeois world state, and there cannot therefore exist any world paper money, 6 paper currencies of specific hegemonic bourgeois states can normally substitute for gold and play the role of world money, i.e., can serve as a means of settling current accounts between firms and nations in the world market and can serve as reserve currencies for other currencies, provided they are precisely as good as gold. Even when many paper currencies are tied to gold and the gold standard operates among many countries, final surpluses and deficits in the balance of payments are settled by movements of gold between central banks, current international. 52. Financial operations are conducted mostly in one or a few national paper currencies. This was the function of the pound sterling in the pre-1914 period. Likewise, in the framework of the Bretton Woods system, the dollar, being convertible into gold, although not for private American citizens, assumed for all practical purposes the role of substitute world money, this time, the opposite of the pre-1914 system, in large part also serving as reserve fund for central banks, thereby overcoming the strongly uneven distribution of gold among capitalist nations, which was supposed to have been one of the key reasons for the breakdown in international trade after 1929, already foreshadowed by what happened after the outbreak of World War I, Point 7. But it is clear that the specific role of a given national paper currency as substitute world money during a whole historical period cannot be treated as an exogenous factor of the capitalist world economy. Marxists reject out of hand any political theory of money in which paper currencies are imposed on unfortunate owner of commodities and promissory notes through the sheer strength of an omnipotent state. Although governments can influence or manipulate the exchange rate of paper currencies, although they obviously can decrease the purchasing power of such paper currencies through massive doses of inflation, they cannot suspend the operations of the law of value, they cannot durably modify relative prices of different commodities, they cannot make buyers prefer more expensive commodities with qualities identical to those of less expensive ones, they cannot in the long run assure larger markets for firms that have lower productivity than for firms that have higher productivity. They especially cannot make capitalists prefer holding liquid or semi-liquid balances in paper currencies that lose purchasing power more quickly than others. When there was a universal demand for more paper dollars amid the ruins of the world of 1945 to 46, it was not because there was no inflation in the United States, there was already inflation, nor because American tanks, guns, and airplanes 53. Were pressuring potential customers into buying American. It was because American industrial goods were produced under more advanced conditions of technology and productivity of labor than were the goods of other countries, because their quality was generally superior, and especially because the United States was the only capitalist nation that could deliver these goods, i.e., the only nation in possession of huge industrial productive capacity that had not been destroyed or damaged by the war. If, today, in the imperialist countries, there is a growing run away from the dollar, it is not because there are fewer American tanks, guns, and airplanes than in 1945. Indeed, there are many more, and deadlier ones at that. It is not because the quantity of money grows more quickly in the United States than in the other imperialist countries. In fact, it grows less quickly there than in most of them, with the exceptions of Switzerland and West Germany. It is because American industry has become less productive than the industries of many of its key competitors, in a whole series of branches of manufacturing that occupy most of the space of world exports of manufactured goods. 9. It is in lower productivity that the chronic trade balance deficit of the United States finds its basic roots, not in the high cost of imported oil. One could even argue that the decline in the rate of exchange of the dollar as compared with the Deutsche Mark, the yen, and the Swiss franc, and, with it, the higher rate of inflation in the United States as compared with these countries, is at least in part the consequence rather than the cause of the balance of payments deficit of the United States. For under the present international monetary system, perhaps one should say non-system, the United States still has, to a certain extent, the possibility of covering its trade deficit by the emission of additional paper dollars, a phenomenon that plays a not unimportant role in fueling the process of inflation in the United States, as well as the rest of the world. This throws constantly growing amounts of devaluating paper dollars into the international circulation and increasingly keeps them there. 54. In liquid or quasi-liquid form, one of the roles of the eurodollar and Asia-dollar markets, in strict accordance with Gresham's law. As the supply of these paper dollars is constantly above their effective demand in the international money markets, the exchange rate of the dollar is bound to go down in relation to other currencies, at least as long as all other things remain equal. There is no way to stabilize the dollar within the framework of that existing international monetary system. We spoke earlier of effective demand for paper dollars, for we can point to an aspect of the world monetary situation that is not so often mentioned, but that confirms, in a negative way, so to speak, the relevance of our analysis. All those countries that have an average productivity of industrial labor substantially below that of the United States are still very eager to buy American manufactured goods. They feel essentially the same urge to obtain and even hoard dollars as did Western Europe and Japan in the immediate post-World War XI period. This applies not only to the so-called Third World countries but also to the so-called socialist countries, a wrong definition if there ever was one, but it is not the purpose of these lectures to put it right. Some of them even go to extreme lengths to acquire and hold these devaluated and constantly more devaluating paper dollars. 10. But for precisely the same economic reasons that they are so eager to acquire them, it is very difficult for them to actually put their hands on dollars. They themselves suffer from chronic trade and balance of payments deficits with the imperialist countries. In 1976, the 45 poorest developing countries, semi-colonies, had a total trade balance deficit of $10.5 billion. 35 additional non-oil exporting developing countries, classified as having a significantly higher income than the first group, annual per capita income oscillating between $400 and $2,600, as against $80 to $400 for the first group, suffered a total trade balance deficit of $23.5 billion in the same year. This is a net total, as it takes into account the surpluses of a few countries like the Ivory Coast, Malaysia, Chile, 55, and Argentina in that particular year. L1 The total third world trade deficit therefore amounted to $34 billion in 1976. As a result of these persistent deficits, the cumulative debt of 80 developing countries was $140 billion in 1976 and $244 billion in 1977, and it is estimated that it reached $391 billion at the end of 1979 and more than $1,000 billion by the beginning of the 1990s. T2 So if there is an analogy between the decline of the pound sterling and the decline of British world hegemony, and later between the decline of American imperialist hegemony and the decline of the dollar, the analogy is itself limited and questionable. The discrepancy between the relative political and military supremacy that the United States still holds in the capitalist world and the decline of the dollar is very striking. Whereas it is possible that that supremacy will be increasingly undermined by a stepping up of Western European and Japanese rearmament, there are many political obstacles on that road, and this will make it at the very least a lengthy process. But even in the whole intermediary period, the United States will be unable to stop the erosion of the dollar as a world currency by using its political and military power, although this is still formidable. This erosion cannot be stopped, except at the price of a tremendous depression, graver than the one of 1929 to 33. And that political price cannot be paid by the United States or the international bourgeoisie, given the current social and political relationships of forces between capital and labor on an international scale. Here we have arrived at the heart of the question. When the pound sterling was the dominant currency of the world, this was more than just an expression of the supremacy of British capitalism. It was also an expression of a rising, expanding, self-confident, and relatively socially stable capitalist world system. Under these circumstances, the relatively smooth operation of an international monetary system based on gold, and paper currencies convertible into gold, some of which function de facto as reserve currencies, expressed both the 56. Confidence of the international capitalist class in the capacity of the system to correct its own deviations without heavy interference by governments and the actual capacity of the system to do so. The crises of overproduction, and the amounts of unemployment they provoked, were not small in the 1893 to 1913 period. Indeed, some of them were more significant than the 1974 to 75 recession, at least with regard to the unemployment rates they created. 13 But the relative stability of the system was such that the capitalists thought they could live with such unemployment rates and recessions and overcome them through the normal market mechanisms, without these burdens threatening an immediate political and social collapse of the system. And events showed them to be right, by and large. After World War I, and especially after the Great Crisis of 1929-32, the situation radically changed in that respect. Not only was the crisis of 1929-32 the gravest one that the capitalist system ever faced, not only was it an indication of the fact that the inner contradictions of the system had reached explosive dimensions, but also this economic crisis was accompanied by political and social challenges that, after the victory of the October Revolution, were incommensurably more dangerous for the system than the pre-1914 ones. It is in order to avoid or temper the recurrence of massive chronic structural unemployment of the 1929-32 amplitude that all capitalist governments, without a single exception, have adopted inflationary anti-crisis techniques. As the French liberal professor André Cotta stated so sharply, we are all Keynesians today, including the hardest proponents of orthodox monetarist policies. For not a single government, whether right-wing or left-wing, in any capitalist country, applied really deflationary policies in 1975. None came up with a balanced budget, or even a budget surplus, and none applied radical cuts in unemployment compensation, policies that, it should be remembered, were applied during the 1929-32 crisis, and not in unimportant countries. 57. This choice is not made for ideological reasons, not because Lord Keynes obscured the priorities in the minds of politicians or fooled the public, but for obvious reasons of political and social self-preservation. It is interesting to note that the credit inflation explosion really started with World War I in the United States, that is, it sustained the short-lived boom of the 1920s, was interrupted by the crash of 1929, and came into its own definitely with World War XI. This dovetails nicely with our overall characterization of the post-World War I period as one of structural crisis of capitalism, of the beginning of the decline of that mode of production. Figure 5 clearly illustrates this. 15. So the abandonment of the gold standard, the turn toward universal permanent inflation, and the irrevocable decline of paper currencies successively used as reserve currencies under these circumstances are not tied only, or basically, to the decline of American power or American industrial productivity advances. They are tied to the need for capitalism to use inflation in order to try to find solutions, even temporary stopgap solutions, for the increasingly explosive inner contradictions of the system. Without the permanent debt explosion of the last 30 years, public debt explosion during the war, private debt explosion more than public debt explosion in the United States as well as in West Germany and Japan since the war, there never could have been any new long wave of expansion. But that permanent debt explosion is the main root of permanent inflation as a world phenomenon, applicable to the international capitalist economy as a whole. According to Professor Dupree's, exponential growth rates for the 1945-71 period were 1.4% for gold reserves, 3.7% for currency reserves, and 11.6% for credit to the private sector by deposit banks for the 10 main imperialist countries. 16. To put it in a nutshell, although capitalism could work itself out of a long period of depression before World War I because of its own inner strength, even after receiving a decisive initial shock from external factors, it could no longer do so after World War I and the great 1929-32 slump. It then needed the artificial stimuli of permanent inflation, growing state intervention, permanent rearmament, etc., in order to embark on a new long-term expansion. In that sense, whereas the decline of the pound sterling was not rooted in the conditions of its upsurge in the framework of an international monetary system that, by and large, did its job right for capitalism in the pre-World War I system, the decline of the dollar is rooted in the very conditions of its upsurge immediately before and after World War XI. It is rooted in the general conditions for capitalist expansion in an epoch of capitalist decline. It is rooted in the very conditions in which the long wave of relative stagnation, 1914-39, was overcome. It reflects, in other words, a basic difference between the expansionist long wave of 1940, 48-68 and the previous expansionist long waves. We have to understand this difference not only to understand the origins of the present depression but also in order to make predictions about the ways and means by which capitalism might overcome that depression in the future. All these considerations clearly indicate the specificity of each long wave in its historical 59 framework, and they must warn against analogies that are too elegant and too mechanical. In what way was universal inflation since 1940 tied to the explosive inner contradictions of the capitalist mode of production and the means the system used to neutralize, for a quarter of a century, their effects as a decisive brake on economic growth, which they clearly exercised in the 1914 to 39 period. In our view, which is by no means shared by all Marxists, but which we can prove is most conforming to Marx's own opinions, the inner contradictions of capitalism, which are the roots of any slowdown or breakdown in expanded reproduction, in capitalist growth, must be found in the sphere of production as well as in the sphere of circulation. Reproduction, as Marx so clearly stated in Volume 2 of Capital, is the unity of the process of production and the process of circulation. They are the correlated phenomena of growing difficulties in keeping up the rate of capital accumulation, arising from the tendency of the average rate of profit to decline, and growing difficulties in selling the rising mountain of produced commodities, or, what amounts to the same, fully utilizing the existing capacity of commodity production, given the growing discrepancy between the development of society's productive capacity and the purchasing power of the final consumers, a discrepancy that is built into the system as a result of all its basic laws of motion. We cannot here go into a demonstration of why this theory of crises, which transcends the classic opposition between proponents of the crisis of overaccumulation theories and proponents of the crisis of underconsumption theories, is most conforming to Marx's own writings, most coherent logically, and most able to explain the 22 real crises of overproduction that industrial capitalism has witnessed since 1826. Be it sufficient to state that, for us, each crisis of overproduction is simultaneously a crisis of overproduction of capital and a crisis of overproduction of commodities. The exact imbrication of both must, of course, be explained in 60. Detail before this thesis will convince anyone. We have not the space here to make this demonstration. We therefore beg the reader's permission to assume it to be proven and to go on from there to study the function of inflation, debt inflation, credit inflation, bank money inflation, in the light of that assumption. 17. Michel Aglietta has convincingly shown how the concrete mechanisms operate, mechanisms that lead from the monopolies administered prices, through permanent expansion of bank credit and bank money, to permanent inflation of the total money supply, of the quantity of money, with the complicity of the central banks and the governments. We offered a similar analysis in Late Capitalism, and so does André Gunder Frank in his book on the Current Depression. 18. We need not expand on the mechanisms here. It is the tie-in of these phenomena with the overall needs of the system, i.e., their function to temporarily overcome the powerful stagnating trends of declining capitalism, which asserted themselves so strongly in the interwar period, that should be stressed. Credit inflation has played a dual role in stimulating the long post-war boom. It has created a widely expanded market that in the decisive capitalist country, the United States, accounts for a significant proportion of total sales in two key fields of output, automobiles and houses. A striking expression of this difficulty of realization of surplus value, to use the Marxist formula, can be seen in the fact that whereas total private debt accumulated in the United States was 75% of the national income in 1945, it reached 100% of the national income in 1956 and 150% in 1970, and it will be somewhere in the neighborhood of 17.5% for 1980. 19. Simultaneously, credit inflation has enabled business firms to expand over and above the amounts of surplus value they have appropriated, i.e., to expand by getting deeper and deeper into debt. Here again, some indicators are very striking. Point 20. And although this tendency has been reduced somewhat. 61. By post-1975 recession developments, a big increase in the mass of profits not accompanied by a proportionate increase in investment, so that the debt ratio could be temporarily reduced, it is here to stay as a historical tendency. To paraphrase a British statesman's famous saying, after World War XI, international capitalism floated toward expansion on a sea of debts. Again, this was not an irrational decision of business crooks or demagogic politicians, it was the only way out for capitalism, given the existing economic conditions and social and political relationships of forces. Business Week has not hesitated to characterize the whole American economy as a debt economy. In fact, At the end of 1978, total American debt had risen to nearly $4 trillion, as against $500 billion in 1946 and $1 trillion in 1960, this growth has been constantly higher than that of the GNP. The annual rate of growth of total private and public debt, which was around 13.5% in the 1968-73 period, slowed down during the 1974-75 recession, then reached a new high of 14.2% in the 1976-78 recovery. And although the rate of increase of corporate debt was down from 15.6% to 12%, the rate of increase of consumer debt went up from 12.6% to 16.4% and that of residential mortgage from 11.5% to 14% per annum. Total consumer debt at the end of 1978 had reached the staggering sum of $1.2 trillion, thrice the figure for 1969. 21. This phenomenon is not limited to the United States, although admittedly it is more pronounced there than in other major imperialist countries. Even West Germany, renowned for its conservative monetary policies, saw an upsurge in private debt in the 2 years 1977 and 1978 from 764 billion DM to 927 billion DM, i.e., 20%, a rate of increase that went up to 28% during the last quarter of 1978. 22 In the early 1990s, total world debt was probably in the neighborhood of $10 trillion, a figure which includes some double accounting, of which only 10% was the debt of so-called third world countries. 62. Does this mean that it was a fictitious or artificial expansion, that the expansionist long wave of 1940-48-68 cannot, in any way whatsoever, be compared to the classic expansionist long waves of rising capitalism? Of course not. When the Keynesians, so strongly represented in Cambridge, and the liberal bourgeois and reformist labor politicians they inspire, proudly point out the achievements of the system during the expansionist wave, they do have an undeniable point. No one can seriously question that there occurred a tremendous leap forward in material production, and not only production of weapons and poisonous or useless goods, that the productivity of labor increased significantly, that the level of employment was significantly higher in the imperialist countries than in the interwar period, that the standard of living of the mass of the population in the West rose in an important way, that many important social reforms that represent real social progress, example the National Health Service in Britain, generalized paid holidays, and social security systems in most imperialist countries, could therefore be conquered by the workers. And if the mass of the people in semi-colonial and colonial countries did not profit from these reforms, one can point out that their existence certainly was not more happy in the 1920s and 1930s, when there was massive unemployment in the West. So the post-war expansionist long wave is a real wave, not fictitious, if one applies Marxist, i.e., materialist, criteria to judge it: material production, productivity of labor, world exports. There was powerful growth in material production. There was strong expansion in the world market brought about by an upsurge in the average rate of profit and by a subsequent upsurge in capital accumulation. The function of permanent inflation did not consist in bringing about this upsurge, monetary phenomena alone could never achieve that, its function was to bridge over or reduce for a whole period the contradictions inherent in the expansion, i.e., to make it last longer and to postpone the moment of reckoning in which these contradictions would explode in a sharp crisis. 63. Of profitability and in a sharp crisis of overproduction. In that sense, inflation, i.e., credit inflation, played exactly the same role in the framework of the long wave time span as Marx attributed to credit within the industrial or business cycle. If the credit system appears as the main lever of overproduction and overspeculation in trade, this is only so because the process of reproduction, which is flexible by its very nature, is being pushed here to its utmost limits, because a great part of social capital is being used by people who don't own it, and who are therefore ready to act with a recklessness which one doesn't find in a private owner who fearfully keeps pondering the limits of his own property. B. When von Hayek and the Vienna School claim we told you so. In reference to the inevitable cumulative long-term byproducts of permanent moderate inflation, 24 they are unable to answer the obvious objection, their own medicine to overcome the 1929-32 slump failed, and has nowhere produced results. At least the mildly inflationary techniques did overcome it temporarily to produce a quarter of a century of accelerated growth. How, then, did the next turning point come about? Why was inflation unable to indefinitely bridge over the inner contradictions of the capitalist expansion? What precise economic contradictions determined the end of the expansionist long wave of 1940-48-73? In the first place, all through the expansionist long wave one of the basic laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production continued to assert itself. There was a continuous rise in the organic composition of capital. We are perfectly aware of the fact that this is a subject of great controversy among economists, especially, but not only, non-Marxist economists. We gladly concede that this rise in the organic composition of capital was less pronounced, especially during the first part of the expansionist long wave, than would follow from the very definition of the third technological 64 revolution, i.e., semi-automation. One should not forget that within the framework of Marxist analytical concepts, the purely physical substitution of machines for manpower, which is a general characteristic of capitalist industrialization, especially so in its latest phase, semi-automation, is not a correct indicator of the rising organic composition of capital. This concept concerns value relations, linked to technically predetermined relations, not physical quantities. Furthermore, it concerns not the value of equipment compared with the industrial wage bill, variable capital, but rather the price of equipment currently used, plus the costs of raw materials and energy, divided by wages. Another difficulty consists in the fact that from the point of view of Marxist economic theory, only the wages of productive labor must be taken into account, not the national wage bill. Statistical verification of the rise in the organic composition of capital is therefore impossible on an aggregate basis, starting from the GNP. It is easier to verify on the basis of statistics for industry as a whole, and it is easier yet with separate statistics for each of the main branches of industry. In late capitalism we addressed a challenge to our colleagues that has not yet been taken up. Let those who deny the validity of the tendency of the organic composition of capital to rise cite an example of a single branch of industry in which labor costs today constitute a higher proportion of total costs than they did 75, 50, or 40 years ago. It will be difficult to find such an example, not to mention discovering a general trend in that direction. For what is semi-automation all about if not labor-saving biased technical progress? 25 reports were recently published concerning the future of equipment production in the French telephone and telecommunications industry. Both pointed out that to produce the next generation of telephone exchanges, 50% fewer man-hours will be required if the new exchanges are semi-electronic and 80% fewer man-hours if the new exchanges are totally electronic. 26 similar figures were recently quoted for the same industry in the United States. Such 65 changes have occurred and are occurring in every single branch of industry, once the third technological revolution is underway. For them not to alter the organic composition of capital would imply either that within a few years the hourly real wage would have to double or quintuple, or that with a less rapid rise in wages, of perhaps 50% or 100%, over the same time period the real costs of raw materials and new equipment would have to decline absolutely by perhaps 25% to 40%, if one starts from a given proportion of labor costs to total costs at the outset. It is obvious that such assumptions are totally unrealistic and do not correspond to anything that has been going on in any real branch of industry during the last 10 to 15 years, not to mention what is going to happen in the next 10 years. To give just one example, consider the semiconductor industry. In the late 1960s the still rather expensive chips could be built by a factory costing $2 million, but $50 million are needed to build a factory for selling today's inexpensive chips at a minimum level of profitability per second, As stated earlier, the specific conditions of a beginning technological revolution, of the start of new branches of industry, which guarantee huge technological rents, super profits, for leading firms, slowly peter out when the technological revolution begins to be generalized. Generally, the turn from an expansionist long wave to a stagnating long wave is coupled, in the history of capitalism, with such turns from revolutionary introduction to general vulgarization of new techniques. Technological rents begin to become scarce. Prices of typical new products begin to fall under the impact of massive output and a return to competition. The computer industry is an excellent example of that trend. The evolution from the vacuum tube-based computer to the transistor computer and then to silicon-based integrated circuits has reduced costs on a tremendous scale, notably in function of mass production. Between 1965 and 1971, costs declined to such an extent that the average price per circuit function, one transistor, fell from $2 to less than 3 cents. In 66. Germany, the price collapse was even more pronounced, from around 2 dm for a transistor in 1965 to 0.002 dm per transistor function in an integrated circuit today. All the functions of the first American computer, ENIAC, which cost $2 million in 1943, can be performed today by microcomputers that cost no more than $50 to $500. 28 As a result of this vulgarization of the third technological revolution through microprocessors, 29 The monopoly of IBM in the computer field and the huge technological rents it receives on that basis are doubly threatened, on the one hand by rising American competitors who gained a lead in the microprocessor field, example Texas Instruments, Control Data, Honeywell Bull, Burroughs, Intel, and Amdahl, and on the other hand by a combined offensive from the Japanese monopoly Fujitsu and the German multinational Siemens, in close collaboration with each other, who are preparing to beat IBM on its own field, i.e., the next generation of large computers. 30 Whether or not they will succeed remains to be seen, but that this will lead to an erosion of monopoly surplus profits through severe price competition seems certain. In the United States, Wall Street has already anticipated such an erosion, for the price-earning ratio of IBM stocks has gone down from 30/1 in the 1960s to 13/1 today. It is calculated that in West Germany average computer prices declined absolutely by 11.5% between 1971 and 1977 and that the relative decline, taking into consideration the rise in prices of manufactured goods in general, was as much as 54.9%. 31 With the decline of these huge technological rents, the average mass of profit is doubly threatened. Now it is no longer the firm with the lowest productivity that determines the value of these innovation products, given that its production and marketing conditions have become normalized, that conditions of structural scarcity have disappeared. Insofar as positions of relative monopoly still exist and surplus profits are still realized, they are now increasingly realized at the expense of less productive firms, i.e., they no longer increase the total mass of profits. One can also speak of a beginning. 67. Decline in the rate of innovation and of a stagnation of revolutionary information, cybernetic, expenditure as part of per capita national income starting with 1965. 32 Many reasons can be given for this decline in the rate and impact of innovations. Many sources attest to it. To quote The Economist on the chemical industry, technology has reached a plateau. The pioneering days of knitting new molecular combinations for big new plastics and fibers are over. Only the more difficult molecular chains are left to be worked on, and the promise of high returns has faded. There is no imminent successor to the faded petrochemical boom, though clearer oil and gas are bringing forward the day when making chemicals from vegetable raw materials becomes profitable. The industry is beginning to think about applications of biochemical and genetic techniques. But early results from, for example, synthetic proteins and drug from bugs, that is, using natural rather than synthetic chemistry, are disappointing. It will take 10 to 20 years before any big new stimulus from this quarter transforms the industry. 33. This is neither only nor basically a question of lack of scientific knowledge, of lack of inventions. It is a question of profitability, as the economist correctly stressed, and a question of general socio-economic climate in respect to both future market and future profit expectations. In order for innovation to follow invention, important reductions in costs, gains in productivity, must be accompanied by the possibility of mass production, i.e., rapid diffusion of the innovating commodities. Therefore, technical progress can appear to slow down when the passage from invention to innovation becomes more difficult, i.e., less profitable, and when the diffusion of radically new techniques and radically new products becomes more hazardous, as a result of the general slowdown in economic growth. 34. Again, profitability plays a key role here. Even when demand is expanding fast, but the profit rate goes down, capital investment becomes sluggish. The semiconductor industry in the United States proves the point, although 68. There is a big, and growing, shortage of chips, capital investment is not following suit in rapid expansion of productive capacities, for during the last 5 years the industry has suffered a 31% fall in its average return on equity funds and an 18% decline in pre-tax profit margins. 35. Likewise, the role and the strategy of the monopolies cannot be dissociated from this situation. The need to assure first a full depreciation of the gigantic capital investment realized in the previous wave, example nuclear energy and nuclear power equipment, makes it extremely unlikely that capital outlays of the same amount can rapidly be introduced in competing sectors, example solar energy. 36. Third, further increases in the velocity of turnover of capital became more difficult. The revolution in telecommunications permitted the transfer of huge sums of money in only a few seconds from New York to Tokyo or from London to Johannesburg, which is still happening every day, all the cant about barbarous apartheid notwithstanding. But further progress in such areas as transportation, sales of goods, and turnover of liquid holdings has become increasingly scarce for more than a decade, partly for technical reasons but especially for socio-economic reasons, because they run contrary to institutional social barriers linked to the very nature of capitalism, private property, bourgeois, i.e., highly unequal and class-biased, norms of distribution, and the survival of the nation-state. Fourth, the long period of accelerated growth created conditions of increased disproportion between the rate of increase in productive capacity in fixed capital equipment and consumer goods, on the one hand, and that same rate of increase in the raw materials sector, on the other hand, which is still more closely tied to natural conditions and therefore less flexible. As a result, it became impossible to maintain for an indefinite period the decline in relative raw materials prices that had been occurring for nearly 20 years, 1952 to 71. The real turning point here was the year 1972, not the rise in the price of oil after the Yom Kippur War. This reversal of the 69 relationship of raw materials and energy prices to the prices of manufactured products is also related to the changed relationship of forces between the imperialist and the semi-colonial bourgeoisie, a byproduct of 25 years of upsurge in national liberation movements, without this change modifying the conditions of dependence of that bourgeoisie on imperialism. But all these factors undoubtedly had an adverse effect on the average rate of profit of industrial capital. Strangely enough, W. W. Rostow saw in this very limited redistribution of surplus value on a world scale in favor of the ruling classes of the semi-colonies the source for a new long-term upsurge in economic growth. 37. Leaving aside the fact that the magnitude of this redistribution is greatly exaggerated, the net gains of the OPEC countries must be set against the net losses of most of the non-oil exporting semi-colonial countries, which continue to be enormous, and the consideration that one should not confuse real redistribution of profits, oil rents, with increased credits for semi-colonies, which translate themselves into increased debts, increased debt burdens, and therefore, in the medium term, into Stagnation if not reduction in purchasing power on the world market, not at all an increase in such purchasing power. The main weakness of the argument is that it does not take into account the effect of the relative increase in raw materials prices on the rate of profit. This overall effect is negative. More expensive raw materials and energy costs mean a higher organic composition of capital and, all other things remaining equal, a lower average rate of profit. This cannot be offset by the higher rate of profit accruing to capital invested in the raw materials sector, example the big oil monopolies, unless this capital should represent a high proportion, around 50%, of total invested capital, which is not at all the case. The only positive effect of the long-term reversal of the terms of trade between raw materials and manufactured goods, in the framework of a capitalist economy, was that it stimulated the search for alternative materials and sources of energy, i.e., it favors innovation. But what scope that can 70 take and what impact that will have on the general trend in the rate of growth depend again on relative profitability. Only when investment in these fields promises to lead to important surplus profits, of such magnitude as to lead to a significant rise in the average rate of profit, can one expect this indirect effect of the rise in raw materials prices to favor an overall rise in the rate of growth of the international capitalist economy. But such super profits in alternative technologies are not at all on the agenda, at least not for periods of short or medium duration and insufficient amounts. On the contrary, alternative sources of energy are still much more expensive than expensive oil. So Rostow's analysis must be considered wrong. It obviously does not correspond to any visible trend in the international economy in the 1970s and 1980s, which have been characterized by declining, not rising, rates of growth. 38 Fifth, during the whole expansionist long wave, potential overproduction, i.e., the development of productive capacity outgrowing the rise in purchasing power of the final consumers, was steadily building up. The best indicator of this is the steady decline of capacity utilization of American industry, at the peak of each cyclic boom as well as at the bottom of each cyclic recession, Table 3.1. But this general downward trend in capital utilization 3.9 has been a more general tendency throughout the imperialist countries, as is clearly shown in Table 3.2. These figures are all the more meaningful because 1978 was a year of economic recovery, whereas the 1964-73 average includes several recession periods. In specific branches of industry, this situation of chronic overcapacity is particularly pronounced. We shall point out two examples. In steel, the common market countries expected, before the outbreak of the crisis, to sell around 185 million tons in 1980. Real sales will probably be below 145 million tons. Built-up capacity was for 230 million tons of steel in 1980. Given the foreseen level of sales, big slashes in excess capacity are being planned. As for key chemicals, overcapacity is shown in Figure 6. The nuclear power plant equipment building industry is suffering from a similar overcapacity. The graph in Figure 7 indicates the general decline in capacity utilization in the United States in the decade 1965 to 75. The steady growth in consumer debt during this same quarter century, as previously mentioned, is no less convincing an indicator of the same trend. This is especially obvious if we combine both factors. In spite of constantly increasing indebtedness, in spite of tens of millions of American consumers spending constantly more than they earn, a growing fraction of the productive capacity of the country is being laid idle. Massive unemployment also puts a brake on any rapid expansion of consumer expenditure of such a nature as to be able to overcome productive overcapacity. Sixth, given all the previously mentioned growing contradictions, the only remaining means for capital to neutralize their effects on the average rate of profit, i.e., to avoid 72. Constant erosion of profitability, would have been a constant and heavy increase in the rate of surplus value. Although such an increase undoubtedly occurred in the first part of the expansionist long wave, in the same way as it had occurred before inception of the long wave, and thus had triggered off the long wave, so to speak, as a result of a steep rise in the productivity of labor in Department 11, increase in relative surplus value, with the cumulative effects of the expansionist long wave on the industrial reserve army of labor and on the degree of self-confidence and organization of the working class becoming operative since the early 1960s, it became increasingly difficult to keep up the momentum of the rise in the rate of surplus value. This rise began to run into the dual barriers of the end of the revolutionary phase of technological change and relative full employment. Precisely at the moment that the rise in the organic composition of capital quickened, the rise in the rate of surplus value slowed down. The fall in the rate of profit became unavoidable. 7th, under the conditions of increasing difficulties of realization combined with declining profitability, the function of inflation as a means to postpone the hour of reckoning could be kept operational only if the doses of inflation rose from cycle to cycle. But experience confirms what theoretical analysis predicted: starting from a given level of inflation, its continuous acceleration becomes counterproductive for its effects on economic expansion. This is so for a great number of reasons, several of which deserve particular mention: the snowballing anticipatory reactions, the negative rate of real 74 interest, the tendency to make long-term investment projects more dubious, and therefore more difficult, from the point of view of profit calculations and expectations. 8th, the continuous growth of the multinational corporation as the typical organization form of the late capitalist firm increasingly conflicts with the limited efficiency of economic intervention by the late capitalist state, counter-cyclic economic programming, and many other techniques through which the contradictions of the system had been partially reduced during the expansionist long wave. If we combine the 7th and 8th factors, growing, and nationally different, rates of inflation, growing weakness of the nation-state before the multinationals, we also integrate some of the more obvious technical reasons for the collapse of the Bretton Woods monetary system, as well as the resulting increasing international monetary anarchy, into our analysis. Having outlined all these basic characteristics of the Marxist theory of the long waves of capitalist development, we have to draw a final conclusion. The long waves are not just empirically demonstrable. They do not simply represent statistical averages for given time spans. There is nothing formal or conventional, i.e., in the last analysis, arbitrary, about them, as there obviously is in the famous Kuznets long-term trends. They represent historical realities, segments of the overall history of the capitalist mode of production that have definitely distinguishable features. For that very same reason, they are of irregular duration. 1. The Marxist explanation of these long waves, with its peculiar interweaving of internal economic factors, exogenous environmental changes, and their mediation through socio-political developments, i.e., periodic changes in the overall balance of class forces and inter-capitalist relationship of forces, the outcomes of momentous class struggles and of wars, gives this historical reality of the long wave an integrated total character. 2. We can find an outstanding confirmation of this historical totality of the long waves in the correlation between a series of predominant ideologic trends, predominant within the framework of bourgeois ideology, at least, and the general trends of economic development that they reflect through a G1 Venn PNSM. Is it not remarkable how, throughout the whole period of accelerated economic growth of 1948 to 68, the credo of growth optimism, guaranteed full employment, and technological rationality reigns supreme, both within the realm of academic economics and sociology and among economic advisors and economic policy shapers? And when we passed from the expansionist long wave toward the depressive long wave, isn't it a striking coincidence that there suddenly appeared so many prophets of doom and of zero growth? While we are willing to give great weight to the opinions of our learned colleagues engaged in counseling the various governments of the imperialist countries, we surely cannot exaggerate their role in bringing about decisive turning points in the economic development and in the trends of industrial output and world exports. We therefore conclude that it was the turn from the expansionist long wave to the depressive long wave that determined in the last analysis the turn from the Keynesian priority of full employment to the monetarist priority of fighting inflation. It was not the predominant economic doctrine that changed economic reality. It was the change in economic reality that changed the predominant economic doctrine. But, again, in order to understand the total integrated character of the long waves, it is necessary to include the imperatives of the class struggle as major mediators between the basic trends of economic development and the basic trends of economic and socio-political ideology. The general acceptance of Keynesian and neo-Keynesian ideas in the post-World War XI period expressed both a certain assessment of the capitalist class in regard to the socio-political relationship of forces between capital and labor and a certain prediction on behalf of that same class as to the expansionist possibilities of the system. Within the framework of above-average long-term economic growth, full employment policies, although being moderately inflationary, would not upset the apple cart, i.e., would not basically threaten capitalist profits. 3. The turnabout of academic economics toward the anti-Keynesian counter-revolution was not so much a belated recognition of the long-term threats of permanent inflation. These threats had been well known long before Keynesianism. 77. Lost its hegemony among economic advisors of bourgeois and reformist governments. It wasn't even essentially a product of the unavoidable acceleration of inflation, although undoubtedly this acceleration started to create panicky reactions in the early 1970s among theoreticians and practitioners of the capitalist economy alike. It was essentially a product of a basic switch in class struggle priorities of the capitalist class. During an expansionist long wave, under conditions of rapid economic growth, and given a basic deterioration in the international relationship of forces at the expense of world capitalism, the priority for the capitalist class was to buy off the working class through reforms, among which full employment and social security policies played a key role. The economic expansion itself created the material conditions in which, by and large, the system could deliver these goods. But when we pass from an expansionist long wave to a depressive long wave, it is no longer possible to assure full employment, to eradicate poverty, to extend social security, to assure a steady, if modest, increase in real income for the wage earners. At that point the fight to restore the rate of profit through a strong upswing in the rate of surplus value, i.e., the rate of exploitation of the working class, becomes the top priority. The monetarists' anti-Keynesian counter-revolution in the realm of academic economics is nothing but the ideological expression of this changed priority. Without the long-term restoration of chronic structural unemployment, without the restoration of the sense of individual responsibility, i.e., without severe cutbacks in social security and social services, without generalized austerity policies, i.e., stagnation or decline in real wages, there can be no sharp rapid restoration of the rate of profit. That is the new economic wisdom. For there is nothing very scientific about it, but there is a lot that corresponds to the immediate and long-term needs of the capitalist class, all references to objective science notwithstanding. Professor Heilbronner noted a rhythmic long-term alternation between euphoria and despair among capitalists. 5. From our point of view, these are obviously consequences, not causes, of the switch from an expansionist long wave to a depressive long wave. But we can note a similar correspondence between the turn from one long wave to another, on the one hand, and the general ideological climate, by no means limited to economics, on the other hand. In the interwar period, with its typical stagnating climate, and under the shock of World War I and the Russian Revolution, there was a general switch to irrationality and mysticism among the intellectuals of many imperialist countries, especially in continental Europe and Japan. In the Anglo-Saxon countries, this trend was less pronounced, but by no means altogether absent. This was in sharp contrast to the atmosphere of optimistic faith in rationalism, the natural sciences, and human progress that prevailed during the pre-World War I period. In fact, in most European countries and in Japan, fascist or fascist-like doctrines conquered hegemony among university students and even university professors long before fascism conquered political power. In the 1948 to 68 period there was a powerful reversal of that trend. In spite of the tremendous catastrophes that mankind had witnessed in the previous years, Hitler and Stalin, Auschwitz and Hiroshima, again there prevailed an atmosphere of optimism, faith in the natural sciences, belief in more or less unlimited economic growth, leading to more or less unlimited human progress. In that atmosphere, forces on the right wing and the extreme right wing were everywhere in retreat at the university level. And a combination of historical factors gave the student generation of the late 1960s an exceptional massive left-wing and pro-Marxist impetus, the like of which had never been encountered in the history of the bourgeois university. With the turn from the expansionist long wave to the stagnating long wave, this has again changed. The new philosophers in France are but an example of a more general reversal toward the skepticism, irrationality, and mysticism. 79. That again prevail in many intellectual circles. This is by no means limited to the lunatic fringe. On the contrary, a powerful offensive is underway to make social Darwinism, sociobiology, and the scientific justification of racism and of social inequality again respectable in academic circles. That offensive simultaneously penetrates deep into the inner circles of ruling political parties of the bourgeoisie, conservative and even liberal conservative ones. 6. It is accompanied by a no less powerful upsurge in irrational, human-despising, and degrading trends in popular subculture, of which astrology and Satanism are but two striking examples. Again very similar to what happened in Germany and other countries in the early 1930s. Certainly there is no mechanical parallel between the ups and downs of the student movement and the youth radicalization, on the one hand, and these significant shifts inside bourgeois ideology and ideological trends predominant inside the universities, on the other hand. The objective basis of youth radicalization and student radicalization continues to operate on a long-term basis, even if they are conjuncturally counteracted by massive youth unemployment, pressure to prepare for getting jobs at all costs, fear of not getting jobs, and disappointment with the delay in an overall political solution to the social crisis in which they are so deeply involved, i.e., disappointment with the historical delay of socialist revolution. Likewise, there is no reason to identify the growing suspicion of the risks involved in capitalist technology and the capitalist misuse of the natural sciences with a general retreat into irrationalism, mysticism, despair, and disdain for the human race. We socialists and Marxists do not share the irresponsible productivist credo of the 1950s and 1960s. Many social criticisms of that credo are amply justified. One has not necessarily to accept the predictions of unavoidable absolute scarcity of energy and raw materials of the Club of Rome Type 8 in order to understand that there is a collective responsibility for the present generation of humanity to transmit to future generations. 80. An environment and a stock of natural wealth that constitute the necessary precondition for the survival and flowering of human civilization. Neither has one to accept the impoverishing implications of permanent asceticism and austerity, so alien to the basic spirit of Marxism, which is one of enjoyment of life and infinite enrichment of human potentialities, in order to understand that the endlessly growing output of an endless variety of more and more useless commodities, increasingly, outright harmful commodities, harmful both to the environment and to the healthy development of the individual, does not correspond to a socialist ideal. Such an output simply expresses the needs and greeds of capital to realize bigger and bigger amounts of surplus value, embodied in an endlessly growing mountain of commodities. But the rejection of the capitalist consumption pattern, combined with a no less resolute rejection of capitalist technology, should base itself from a socialist point of view on a vigorous struggle for alternative technologies that will extend, not restrict, the emancipatory potential of machinery, i.e., the possibility of freeing all human beings from the burden of mechanical, mutilating, non-creative labor, of facilitating rich development of the human personality for all individuals on the basis of satisfaction of all their basic material needs. We are convinced that once that satisfaction is assured in a society where the incentives for personal enrichment, greed, and competitive behavior are withering away, further growth will be centered around needs of non-material production, i.e., the development of richer social relations. Moral and psychological needs will supersede the tendency to acquire and accumulate more material goods. However unpopular these beliefs may appear in the light of present-day fashions, we believe in the growing capacities of human intelligence, human science, human progress, human self-realization, including self-control, and human freedom, without in any way subordinating the defense of such freedoms, in the first place, freedom from want, but also freedom of thought, of creation, of political and social. 81. Action, to any paternalistic instance supposedly capable of securing them for mankind. But whatever may be these reservations, the correlation between a fundamental shift from the expansionist long wave toward the depressive long wave, and the no less fundamental shift in the prevailing mood among bourgeois ideologues, is too striking to be considered coincidental. The anti-humanist, anti-egalitarian, and anti-democratic implications of this shift are ominous enough. They tie in with no less ominous long-term needs of international capital in the framework of a depressive long wave. We can therefore accept the idea that the long waves are much more than just rhythmic ups and downs in the rate of growth of the capitalist economy. They are distinct historical periods in a real sense. The following tabulation clearly illustrates this. 1789 to 1848, period of the Industrial Revolution, of the Great Bourgeois Revolutions, of the Napoleonic Wars, and of the constitution of the world market for industrial goods, upward swing 1789-1815, 25, downward swing 1826 to 48. 1848 to 93, period of free competition industrial capitalism, upward swing 1848 to 73, downward swing 1873 to 93, long depression of free competition capitalism. 1893 to 1913, heyday of classic imperialism and finance capital, upward swing. 1914 to 40, beginning of the epoch of decline of capitalism, of the epoch of imperialist wars, revolutions, and counter-revolutions, downward swing. 1940, 48, late capitalism born out of the historical delay of world revolution and the great defeats of the working class in the 1930s and 1940s, but accompanied by further phenomena of decline and decomposition of the system, upward swing, but limited to a significantly reduced geographic area, 1940, 48, 67, downward swing 1968-82. The following question can be asked: does the violent explosion of the inner contradictions of the capitalist mode of production after a lengthy period during which they have been repressed imply that the new long wave of relative stagnation or low growth is here to stay for an indefinite period, and that a new turning point, similar to that of 1940, 48, or 1893, is unlikely to appear in the foreseeable future, given the general historical framework of decline and decay of the international capitalist system? Or, in the opposite sense, in spite of the historical decline of the capitalist system, can it still repeat its miracle of 1940, 48, and, after a long cleansing period throughout the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, open up a new period of accelerated expansion comparable to that of the 1893 to 1913 period, if not that of the 1948 to 68 period? These questions should be answered on two different levels. What are the technical requirements for such a new long wave of expansion? What is the social and political price that will have to be paid for it, and, more generally, the price in terms of human welfare and human civilization? From a technical point of view, a new expansionist wave that would significantly increase the rate of economic growth above the average levels of the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s would require an explosive increase in the rate of accumulation and therefore in the average rate of profit, and a no less remarkable expansion in the market for capitalist commodities in the most general sense of the word. The rationalization function of the long wave of slower growth that we have been witnessing since the late 1960s and early 1970s would have to create the necessary economic preconditions for such a long-term sharp increase in the average rate of profit. Essentially, this would require the following: chronic mass unemployment tending in the long run to erode real wages and workers' self-confidence, militancy, and level of organization, and to significantly increase the intensity of labor, leading toward a sharp upward shift in the rate of surplus value, massive devalorization of capital through increasing elimination of inefficient firms, not only small and 83 medium-size firms but also large ones, including many multinationals, i.e., through a new leap forward not only in national but especially in international concentration and centralization of capital, new radical reductions, at least relatively, in the costs of equipment, raw materials, and energy, massive applications of new technological innovations, a new revolutionary acceleration in the rate of turnover of capital. Theoretically, such radical changes in technology, work organization, and circulation technique are possible. The groundwork for them has already been laid by all the recent developments in microprocessing. This would imply a new qualitative leap forward in automation, i.e., a massive transition from semi-automation to automation. Likewise, genetic engineering techniques could lead to radical innovations in agriculture, pharmaceutics, scientific equipment, and a score of other branches of industry. 11 But two questions are immediately raised in this connection, from the point of view of value relations, i.e., from the point of view of the overall laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production and its internal logic. In the first place, new radical substitution of machines for men. In fact, the new wave of automation could be characterized as robotism. 12, would almost unavoidably imply massive reduction in total productive employment. Estimates on that subject vary greatly, but the overall trend is unmistakable. Overall studies of the effects of robotism in West Germany have reported the reduction in wage earners made possible by that technique at 4.3 workers per robot. 13 Japanese studies have estimated that robotism could eliminate 1/3 of presently existing industrial workers' jobs within 10 years and 90% of these jobs within 20 to 30 years. 14 Such a radical reduction in productive labor would most probably imply a sharp drop in the mass of surplus value, even if a new advance in the productivity of labor and a trend towards stagnation or even decline in real wages should strongly increase the production of relative surplus value, the 84 fraction of the total work week during which the workers produce the equivalent of the goods they buy with their wages. Under such conditions, an increase in the rate of surplus value could only be marginal, in no way proportional to the tremendous new outlays necessary for financing robotism. The rate of profit would not undergo a strong increase. It seems unrealistic, to say the least, that the enormous mass of workers expelled from the production process by such revolutionary techniques could be reabsorbed through new expansion in the so-called service industries. On the contrary, one of the main effects of generalized application of microprocessing would be radical suppression of jobs in office work, administration, telecommunications, and even teaching. Experts in West German trade union circles have estimated that 75% of the 2.5 million employees engaged today in typing could be replaced by programmed mechanical letter production. 15 whole professions like those of accountants, technical designers, and bank employees would be devastated if not completely suppressed. As the microprocessing equipment industry is itself likely to be revolutionized by massive introduction of automation, it could not provide the additional jobs needed to absorb the workers and employees expelled from other branches. This is all the more so as one of the reasons for the slowdown in average social productivity of labor, a formula not very meaningful from a Marxist point of view, in countries like the United States, Great Britain, Sweden, etc. i.e., the most industrialized ones, has been the strong increase in employment in the so-called service industries, especially government services, health services, and education. Hence the strong pressure to rationalize these services and make them profitable. The French term generally used, rentabiliser, is particularly eloquent as to the inherent anti-humanist nature of capitalism, make health and education services again profitable. Through savage slashes in employment. 16. So the overall balance sheet for a qualitative leap forward in automation, in fact, the transition from semi-automation to 85. Automation, through massive application of microprocessing would show a radical increase in permanent unemployment. Even if there should be an average annual growth rate of 3% in the coming 10 years, which seems to discount new recessions and is far too optimistic, the conservative West German IFO Institute for Conjunctural Studies has predicted 3.8 million unemployed in West Germany, if the previously sketched trends continue to expand. Sir Charles Carter, Vice-Chancellor of Lancaster University and Chairman of the Research and Management Committee of the Policy Studies Institute, London, is no less pessimistic. I believe unemployment will rise or remain high. The new technology that was now being introduced was genuinely different in its impact compared with all previous technological changes. The service sector would not absorb those employed in manufacturing. 17. American managers have expressed similar opinions. British trade unionists even speak about 5 million unemployed in their country by the end of the century, a figure The Economist finds wildly exaggerated, without denying that there is a problem and that something will have to be done. 18. Now, without even considering the explosive political and social consequences of such permanent unemployment, it is evident that it would create tremendous problems of realization of surplus value. The new technology would imply a new qualitative leap forward of the mass of use values produced, both old ones and new ones. Who is going to buy that huge mountain of goods, under conditions of massive unemployment inside the imperialist countries? Unfortunately for the capitalists, robots don't buy goods. And if that huge mountain includes a qualitatively higher amount of producers' goods, bought by surplus value, wouldn't such a radical reversion of the division of the national income again imply very violent social and political struggles? Wouldn't it, in any case, unavoidably lead to an increase in the mass of consumer? 86. Goods produced after a certain time lag? The strong increase in productivity of labor that it would imply cannot but express itself in a massive increase in goods produced in the consumer goods sector too. On the other hand, a new powerful expansion in the market for the commodities produced by the imperialist countries would require either a leap forward in industrialization and welfare, in some of the key semi-colonial countries and areas in the world, the most heavily populated countries of Latin America, Asia, and Africa, or a qualitative increase in the degree of integration of the USSR and China into the international capitalist market, or a combination of both. It is sufficient to enumerate these technical conditions to understand that they cannot be fulfilled by technical means alone. They will not come about as automatic products of certain economic changes, of current economic developments. Their realization, at least on a scale sufficient to unleash a new process of long-term accelerated growth in the international capitalist economy, would require momentous changes in the socio-political relationships of class forces within a whole series of key capitalist countries themselves, as well as on an international scale. In other words, whether or not they will be realized will depend on the outcome of social and political struggles that will mark the coming years, in the same way that at least some of these struggles have already marked recent years. The worldwide offensive of capital against labor started under the sign of so-called austerity policies, and the return to chronic massive unemployment has undoubtedly the objective function of making possible sharp and long-term increases in the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit. 19. This offensive has had some success. For some years, real wages actually declined in a series of important industrialized capitalist countries, such as the United States, West Germany, Britain, and to some extent France and Italy. The intensification of the labor process is everywhere sharply increased, and with it the rate of exploitation of the working class, even where real wages continue to rise, but at a much slower rate than before. 87. However, the overall balance sheet of this capitalist success is very modest, to say the least. In France and Italy, the stubborn resistance of the unions and key sectors of the working class has resulted in only underprivileged and badly organized sections of the wage earners feeling the brunt of the employer's offensive, while the stronger ones have practically held their ground. The same probably is true, by and large, for North America, Germany, and Japan. So one can say that in order to drive up the rate of profit to the extent necessary to change the whole economic climate, under the conditions of capitalism, the capitalists must first decisively break the organizational strength and militancy of the working class in the key industrialized countries. This would require a long period, as it did in the 1920s and 1930s. It would require in the United States breaking the backs of huge and powerful trade unions that did not even exist with the onset of the crisis of 1929. It would unavoidably imply social and political tests of strength involving huge class forces, millions if not tens of millions on the side of the wage earners at least. 20. The important point to stress is that such a drive would imply radical curtailment of the democratic freedoms currently enjoyed in most of the imperialist countries. The numbers of representative spokespersons of the capitalist class who have confirmed this have become impressive. The previously quoted speech of Sir Charles Carter stated unequivocally that unemployment caused by new technology, coupled with continual inflation, could result in a breakdown of law and order and collapse of the present political system. W. W. Rostow claimed no less unequivocally that the solution lies in a middle way between the welfare economy and the warfare economy. 21. And most ominous of all are the trends spelled out in the report of the Trilateral Commission, the crisis of democracy, which reflect the convictions of a significant sector of the top leaders of international monopoly capital. They imply a direct attack on excessive democracy, and they express the conviction that the types of decisions that 88 will have to be taken in the coming years, in the interests of the capitalist system, obviously, and the very government ability of the imperialist countries will depend on curtailment of democratic freedoms. 22. Of course one cannot beforehand exclude the possibility that decisive tests of strength between capital and labor will once again end with shattering defeats for the working class, as they did in the 1920s and 1930s. Nor can one exclude the possibility that new terrorist dictatorships, not necessarily identical to those of Mussolini, Hitler, Franco, or the Japanese military caste of the 1930s and early 1940s, but similar to them in their effects of destroying working-class organization and democratic freedoms, might be used by the ruling class to reach the desired effect of strongly reducing the relative weight of wages in the national income. But one should point out that the relationship of forces between capital and labor is much more favorable today to labor than it was in the 1923-40 period, both internationally and in all countries concerned nationally if one takes only the objective criteria into consideration, and in most countries, with the possible exceptions of West Germany and the United States, if one adds to them the subjective factor. In any case, inflicting such shattering defeat on the working class is impossible in the short run. This could only come about as the end result of some period of skirmishes and preliminary struggles through which labor's strength would be eroded, while at the same time no significant progress would be realized in the field of raising the average level of class consciousness and the capacity of the working class to produce a growing vanguard of radicalized workers who would contribute decisively to the appearance of a new leadership and new revolutionary parties capable of rising to the level of responsibility demanded by the very nature of the tests of strength to be faced. Personally, we believe that there is not the slightest ground for pessimistic conclusions of that sort on the basis of what has occurred in most of the key imperialist countries during the last 10 years, including West Germany. 89. And the United States, where the emergence of that layer has been slower than in other countries, but by no means absent. Similar remarks are pertinent if we look at the question of geographic expansion of markets. Radical rather than marginal changes in the transformation of some key areas in the so-called Third World into large markets for capitalist commodities would require radical changes in the internal social structures of these countries, 23 radical defeats of national liberation movements, and huge successes in a first phase of industrialization of such extent that a change from a repressive to a reformist policy, from a decrease to an increase in the standard of living of 75% of the population, would become materially possible for the ruling class. The least one can say is that there are very few indications that such momentous changes are about to occur, even in countries like Brazil or Mexico, not to mention India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Egypt. In smaller countries like Venezuela, Kuwait, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Taiwan, this is, of course, possible and is already occurring, but its effects on the world market as a whole remain absolutely marginal. 24 One should not confuse an overall expansion in the world market at a rapid phase with an overall restructuring of the international capitalist division of labor. If a big shift of the textile industry, the petrochemical industry, or the industry of assembling light electronic equipment occurs from imperialist countries toward semi-industrialized countries, this in no way implies automatic expansion in the world market. Employment at lower wages in certain countries is substituted for employment at higher wages in other countries. Equipment is shifted from one part of the world to another. The overall effect on aggregate demand will remain indifferent. In the best of cases, it will mean a marginal increase in aggregate demand as a result of a higher multiplier operating in semi-industrialized countries as against the metropolis, starting from an identical initial investment. But all this is absolutely insufficient to unleash, by itself, a new long-term wave of accelerated growth, especially if one takes into consideration the fact that 90. Most of the branches of industry shifting towards semi-industrialized countries are already faced with near saturation of worldwide demand. 25. It is even possible that such a restructuring of the international capitalist division of labor has an overall positive effect on employment in the imperialist countries, the increase in jobs in their equipment exporting industries more than neutralizing the loss of jobs in the industries shifting to the third world countries, as a recent OECD study contended. 26. But this effect is so modest and so out of proportion to the magnitude of the total level of present unemployment, not to mention the unemployment foreseen if microprocessing becomes generalized, that it can in no way provide the basis for a rapid or medium-term transcending of the depressive long wave. If one considers the possibility of huge expansions of markets in the post-capitalist countries, one must take into consideration that despite the huge success of the German Ostgeschäft, to which one can now add, with the necessary caution, the similar success of Japan's China business, the total part of the socialist countries in exports of imperialist countries was less than 5% in 1977.27. For this to expand to perhaps 10 to 12% and significantly increase the annual rate of growth of the capitalist world market, there would have to occur a huge credit explosion, which would involve several hundreds of billions of dollars, more than the West's credit explosion to the so-called third world countries in the second half of the 1970s. Without even examining the effects of such a credit explosion on the average international rate of inflation and the permanent crisis in the reserve paper currencies, one should point out that such a huge structural change in these countries' relations with the international capitalist economy would also mean a radical weakening of their capacity for long-term economic planning independent of the fluctuations in the international capitalist economy and a radical change in the internal power structure, which would probably require important social and political upheavals, if 91. Not outright wars by imperialism, not necessarily nuclear wars. Here, again, we do not want to minimize the changes that have already occurred, the significant growth in East-West trade and in capitalist cooperation investment projects in the so-called socialist countries, of which the growing involvement of the Teng regime in China with the capitalist West, above all, Japan, is going to mean a new significant extension. But what we contend is that without radical upheavals of the type just indicated, their overall effects on the international capitalist economy will remain limited, not of sufficient amplitude to unleash the dynamic of a long wave of accelerated growth in that economy. Thus our general conclusion is that the technical possibility of a new strong upturn in the long-term rate of capitalist growth will depend on the outcomes of momentous battles between capital and labor in the West, between capital and labor in some of the key semi-industrialized countries of the so-called Third World, between the national liberation movements and imperialism, and between the non-capitalist countries and imperialism, on which the internal struggles between the masses and the bureaucratic rulers of these countries will also have effects, if not a series of international wars and civil wars. Again, the similarity to the situation of the 1930s is striking. Again, one should stress that the working class and the oppressed peoples of the world enter this period of violent upheavals under much more favorable conditions than they did in the late 1920s and 1930s, although by no means under ideal conditions. It has often been said that Marxists, especially revolutionary Marxists, have greatly underestimated capitalism's capacity for flexible adaptation to new and radical challenges, such as changed social and international environments. Without wanting to deny that there is an element of truth in that criticism, at least when it is directed against certain dogmatic schools of thought referring to Marxism, we believe that the Marxist theory of the long waves of capitalist devil 92 integrates precisely this capacity into the overall history of the system. But it does more than that. It also points to the social and human costs of that adaptation, a factor that the apologists of the system generally cover up by discreet silence. A huge outcry has been made about the human and social costs of the first socialist experiments, beginning with that of the Soviet Union, independent of whether or not one accepts the balance sheet of historical progress to which these experiments have led. We cannot, in the framework of this text, submit this method of historical bookkeeping to the thorough criticism it certainly merits. Nor do we have the space here to prove that Stalin was by no means a necessary product of the October Revolution, and that if the huge massacres and waste caused by Stalin were not necessary to thoroughly industrialize and modernize Russia, the October Revolution most certainly was. But let no one forget that the adaptations through which world capitalism went in order to overcome the crisis of stagnation of the 1920s and 1930s involved fascism, Auschwitz, and World War XI and its huge destruction, punctuated by Hiroshima, i.e., at least 60 million dead, without taking into account the subsequent colonial wars and the millions of dead they caused, as well as the persistent misery and hunger in the Third World. 28 That is the social and human price mankind paid for capitalism's method of overcoming the Great Depression and embarking on a new phase of long-term expansion. Indeed, the formula destructive adaptation necessary for creative destruction is valid in this context. 29 When we said that one cannot exclude the theoretical possibility of a new phase of expansion starting with the 1990s, although it seems quite unlikely to us, one must add immediately that the social and human price of that adaptation would be, this time, incommensurably more costly than it was in the 1930s and early 1940s. This is true not only because the enemies of capitalism have become much stronger nationally and internationally than they were before, thus 93. Requiring much more violence and destruction to break their resistance, but also because the very nature of the technological environment, including nuclear weapons, but by no means only nuclear weapons or indeed only weapons, and the frightful dynamics of misery, hunger, and diseases have become potentially much more destructive than they were 50 or 40 years ago. One has only to compare the Pinochet dictatorship with the Alessandri one in Chile. One has only to imagine what it would mean to have a new Hitler capable of deploying nuclear weapons, to think about the possibility of totalitarian regimes using large-scale lobotomy or other contemporary neurosurgical methods to break their political opponents, to consider the possibilities of using international food reserves not only for purposes of blackmailing third world countries but also for explicit purposes of limiting the rate of increase in the third world population, to get a feeling for the potential barbarism involved in a next stage of destructive adaptation of capitalism to its structural crisis, as a precondition for a new expansion. And the objective function of the current resurgence in irrational and anti-humanist values in bourgeois culture and subculture is precisely to prepare people's minds for acceptance or at least passive tolerance of a possible next wave of barbarism. It both prepares it ideologically and anticipates it ideally. 30 We leave aside the question whether or not mankind's environment can support another 50, not to say 100, years of economic growth of the type we have known during the 1940-48-68 period, with its huge waste of natural resources and the growing threat to ecological equilibrium that it implies. We do not belong to the school of the prophets of doom. We believe that science and conscious human endeavor can solve any problem that science, subjugated to the private profit motive, has created. But it is clear that in a capitalist economy such solutions will not be applied, at least not on sufficient scale to prevent a new phase of accelerated 94. Anarchistic economic growth that would increase the many threats to our common future. If one adds together all these threats and costs of the destructive adaptation, the only one that capitalism could achieve, under certain very improbable circumstances, and given a favorable outcome for the bourgeois class in all the momentous struggles that are already marking and will increasingly mark the long wave with a stagnating trend, one should conclude that instead of speculating about the possibility of such an adaptation, it would be wiser to consider ways and means of avoiding it. A new wave of economic growth involving a few hundreds of millions of dead isn't exactly an ideal future to look forward to. We are deeply convinced that there is another way out of this period of economic depression, a way that would reduce the social and human costs to a minimal fraction of capitalism's destructive adaptation. This is the socialist way: appropriation by the producers of their means of production, their planned use for the purpose of directly satisfying needs, not making profits, determination of planning priorities by majority rule and democratic processes involving all democratic freedoms of information, choice, debate, contestation, and political pluralism, management of the economy by the associated producers themselves and of society by its citizens, organized in democratic bodies of self-administration, accelerated withering away of the bloated and costly bureaucratic state apparatus, rapid reduction of inequalities of income, and of money and market economy, radical reduction of the workday, without which self-management and self-administration are either utopian or humbug. This is what socialism, as conceived by Karl Marx, a regime of associated producers, is all about. It can only be realized on a broad international scale. It is the creative adaptation of mankind to the needs and possibilities of the present epoch, based on the conscious choice to avoid the costs of capitalism's spontaneous destructive adaptation. We do not know if it will come about in time to avoid the disasters that face mankind in 95. The next decades, but it is in any case the only way open to us to possibly avoid these disasters. To fight for it is the only rational, decent, generous course open to anyone who has not abandoned faith in the future of mankind and who desires to guarantee that future. 96. equals 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 5 equals 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 old problems and new data, an inventory of the international debate. Over the last 100 years there appears to have been a long wave of awareness of long waves which has run more or less counter-cyclically to the phenomenon itself. When the concept was launched by the Marxist economists Parvus and van Gelderen during the long expansion of 1893 to 1913, it hardly had any resonance among academic economists. Then, during the long interwar depression, the problematic came into its own with the pioneering work of Kondratiev and Schumpeter and the important contribution by Duprez, as well as Trotsky's distinctive intervention in the debate. Throughout the long boom that followed World War XI, the theory of long waves was largely forgotten or dismissed as irrelevant. This author was almost the only exception when he predicted in the mid-1960s that the long expansion would lead to a new long depression, and that this would appear by the end of the 1960s or the early 1970s. With the onset of that depression, however, there has been an explosion of interest and debate around the issue of long waves. The number of books and articles in learned journals is so large that it is impossible to deal with each and every one of them. This new mass of argument and data makes it necessary to clarify one point without delay. What are we really discussing? Long waves of what exactly? This is not a semantic question. For it is our view that long waves involve output, employment, and national income on an international scale, hence, basic trends of world trade. After all, the long wave concept was a byproduct of business cycle theories, which deal with 97. Essentially the same matters. The explanation of long waves, then, cannot be divorced from the problem of recurrent crises of overproduction, themselves organically linked to the basic laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production. As we argued in Chapter 1, the only open question in this respect is whether we should situate the first long wave in the 1820s, with the birth of what Marx himself called the world market for industrial goods, or whether the long depression that began at that time had been preceded by a long expansion roughly coinciding with the period of war between Britain and France in the wake of the French Revolution. Kondratiev's theory started from long cycles of price fluctuation, and André Gunder Frank and especially Emanuel Wallerstein have pushed their analyses of such cycles back many centuries. If based upon empirical evidence, there is nothing illegitimate in this endeavor. It is then just a long wave theory of prices, nothing more. But Wallerstein goes much further. On the basis of these price fluctuations, he constructs a unified long cycle theory of the world economy, which projects the uneven core versus periphery relationship, and not current surplus value production, as the main motor of capital accumulation on a world scale from at least the 15th century until the present day. It thus assumes away the fundamental characteristic, if not the very existence, of the capitalist mode of production as such, based upon unpaid labor extracted from wage laborers. It is true that primitive accumulation of capital largely originated in plunder of the periphery by commercial capital of the center. In that specific form of accumulation, there was direct or indirect transfer of a surplus product produced by other than wage labor, essentially the labor of peasants and independent handicraftsmen. After a certain point in history, however, the principal mass of surplus product fueling capital accumulation, both on a world scale and in all key countries, became surplus value produced by wage labor. There is no empirical evidence that would lead us to reject 98. That definition. So our conclusion stands. The long waves at issue are long waves of capitalist development, coinciding in time with the hegemony of the capitalist mode of production and recognizable since the onset of the Industrial Revolution. Another matter is the chronological framework that needs to be adopted. If the choice is arbitrary, it will be extremely difficult to find any statistical corroboration of long waves that does not beg the question. But from our own point of view, long waves are not, for example, averages of first more and then less growth for random 50-year periods, such as 1800 to 50, 1850 to 1900, 1900 to 50, and 1950 to 2000. They correspond to real historical periods. And whereas a chronology that abstracts from this reality can even make the great slump of 1929 to 40 disappear, the fact is that that slump was very real indeed. Related to this is the problem of the so-called Kuznets swings, which Salamu has reintroduced into the current debate in an attempt to refute the theory of long waves. Kuznets's idea was of 20 to 25-year swings, episodic in character, longer than the normal business cycle but shorter than the postulated long waves. Once again, however, this simply begs the question, substituting statistical series for causal analysis. When Salamu says that I myself was misled by assuming a decline in the rate of profit as an explanation for the end of the post-war boom, he forgets that it was this which allowed me as early as 1964 to predict that the boom would come to an end in the late 1960s or early 1970s. How would this have been possible if the diagnosis had been so wide of the mark? In opposition to my use of evidence for long waves drawn from Kozinski, Salamu states, only if history is truncated at 1872 would it be possible to talk of a Kondratiev wave phasing of world economic development. But that is not what the data show. The truncating in 1872 corresponds to the beginning of a long depression, which most historians consider to be an undeniable fact. It was followed by a period 99 of expansion, with an average growth rate 50% higher than in the previous decades. And would Salamu deny that the growth rate then sharply declined between the two wars, shot up again during the post-war boom, and has been radically lower again since the early 1970s? Are these not periods of irregular duration, 1873 to 93, 1893 to 1913, 1914 to 40, 1940, 48-73, 1973-2000, in no way reducible to a 22-year pattern? Above all, do they not correspond to an inner logic which, far from being purely episodic, has stood up rather well in the light of what has happened since our analysis was presented in the first edition of this book in 1980? Solomu tries to explain the basically irregular patterns of economic growth over the past century and a half in terms of a technology gap which has led to extremely irregular waves, shock-Synchronian catching up waves, but which essentially results from technological gaps between the national economies. Other factors, such as credit inflation, he dismisses as largely irrelevant. And yet, events since the Mexican debt crisis and the 1987 stock exchange crash have laid that assumption to rest. The weakness of Solomu's argument is most clearly revealed in its conclusion. It should be emphasized that since a degree of relative backwardness still exists in the world economy, this is a sufficient condition for the G-wave growth path continuing into the future, once rapid economic growth is resumed. 6. Under what conditions? Solomu cannot answer such questions. But we did so in 1978 and are able to be even clearer today. The exact periodization of the long waves is likewise a matter of controversy. Kleinknecht lists the attempts made in this respect by 12 different authors, and if he singles out my own it is because he regards it as the most orthodox and the one that includes world market trends. He wants first of all to test the reality of long waves on the basis of statistical evidence. And roughly speaking, his conclusion is that there is convincing evidence of long waves for the world economy of 100. The last 100 years, but not for the period before 1890. Kleinknecht's own evidence of detrended 9-year moving averages, however, clearly testifies to the reality of long waves. We give just one of his graphs, we could reproduce more. Such trends are clearest for world output and for the output of the major industrial countries, the exception being the United States in the pre-1880 period, for well-known structural reasons. The only possible dispute is whether the extent of the fluctuations is such as to allow a long wave pattern to be identified. But for structural unemployment to increase dramatically, with all the consequences as to overproduction and excess capacity, it is sufficient that during a long depression the average rate of growth of output consistently falls below the average in the long expansion, while labor productivity continues to expand as before. A long wave pattern can, therefore, be recognized. Here an important aspect of the long waves hypothesis must be taken into consideration, namely, the cumulative nature of changes in the rate of growth. If the difference in annual growth rates between a long expansion and a long depression is only 1% or even less, the cumulative effect after 20 or 25 years is still undeniable. Extensive evidence of long waves is offered in the book edited by Christopher Freeman, 8, as well as in Andrew Tylacode's book on the subject. Tylacode's periodization largely dovetails with our own, as do his historical comments and reservations regarding the United States. His remarks on Britain, where we made a mistake in Chapter 1, on which Van Duygen concentrated his criticism of the book as a whole, are likewise well taken. At the same time, however, Tylcode seems compelled by a general aversion to Marxism to accuse us of arguing that in the late 1940s there was a radical change in the socio-political environment in which the system operates, destruction of trade unions, elimination of bourgeois democracy, atomization of the working class, impossibility of collective sale of the commodity labor power, etc. 9. This is a peculiar misreading of what we actually wrote. We never suggested that grave defeats of the working class occurred in the late 1940s. We situated them, rather, in 102. The 1920s and 1930s, until 1942 to 43, involving in different degrees all the major imperialist countries except the United States, and most underdeveloped ones as well, principally China, India, and Latin America. During those 2 decades the rate of surplus value was greatly increased, and the resulting decline in the real consumption of the working class was maintained until, not brought about in, the late 1940s. Thus the long post-war boom began with both a high rate of profit and an expanding market, given that the real consumption of wage earners could move sharply up from a low base. A number of studies have attempted a more precise delineation of long waves in various national economies. The most striking of these is the work of Jesus Albarracin on the Spanish economy, but similar research has been done for France, Belgium, the United States, Canada, West Germany, Argentina, and Italy. 10 In the USSR, Eastern Europe, and the official communist parties, economists long denied the existence of long waves. But there too a change occurred in the 1970s, initiated by Georgian Kozinski in the GDR and Paul Boccara in the French Communist Party then picked up in the USSR by Stanislav Menshikov. 12 The situation in China is not clear, but this book has been published by one of the Beijing universities. The long night of Stalinist repression and straightforward thought control made any serious scientific debate impossible in that milieu. With de-Stalinization, however, the long-wave debate got underway again and picked up the controversies of the 1920s associated with the work of Kondratiev. One Soviet author has recently given an exhaustive summary of those disputes, which mostly turned on the issue of an automatic long-term upswing, i.e., the hypothesis of a long cycle, that Trotsky, for example, rejected from the outset. They carry no weight in relation to the theory of long waves. As already stated, Richard Day accuses us of trying to make an eclectic and therefore inconsistent combination of Kondratiev and Trotsky. In fact, we specifically state that there is no symmetry between the turn from long expansion into long depression, which is essentially endogenous, and the turn from long depression into long expansion, which is not endogenous and requires system shocks from outside. Our own theory is distinctive then, it has to be judged on its own merits, verified or falsified in the light of historical evidence and its theoretical consistency. One can accept it. One can reject it. But one cannot treat it as an eclectic combination of other theories. Day's mistake here is to link the long-wave controversy to a policy issue that was part of the general economic debate in the CPSU and the USSR in the 1920s and early 1930s, that is, the question of the possibility and limitations of autarky in relation to the international capitalist economy. In that debate Trotsky and the left opposition, later the United Opposition, consistently argued against the possibility and usefulness of conceiving Russia's economic development independently of the world economy. Indeed, the impossibility of total 104 insulation was one of the key arguments against the theory of completing the construction of socialism in one country. On this too we do not take an eclectic position, we are fully in agreement with Trotsky and always have been. But the important point here is that it in no way contradicts the theory of long waves of capitalist development. What it does imply is that the world market will have a different impact on Soviet economic development during long depressions and during long expansions of international capitalism. History has certainly confirmed that hypothesis. When we use the concepts endogenous and exogenous in this context, we have to make clear exactly what we mean. Thus, if exogenous is defined in relation to bourgeois society, or to the capitalist mode of production in the broadest and most abstract sense, then of course there can be no grounds for dispute. The real problem, and the theoretical difficulty from a Marxist point of view, is whether the 3 long upswings beginning in 1849, 1893 and 1940-49, were inevitable products of the depressions that preceded them, or whether they occurred only as a result of system shocks such as wars, bourgeois revolutions, victorious counter-revolutions or sharp rises in gold production. Our own position is in favor of the second hypothesis, which seems to conform to the historical evidence. As to Boccara and Menshikov, their valuable contributions to the theory of long waves both suffer from too rigid extrapolation from business cycle theory. Baccarat's key concept is that of an alternation between overaccumulation and devalorization of capital. In the normal business cycle, this alternation is based upon the longevity of fixed capital and the growing physical and moral obsolescence endogenously induced toward the end of the boom. But as no major elements of fixed capital last for 20 to 30 years, with the exception of buildings and railways, which have certainly played no major role in investment for a century and more, it is not clear why their obsolescence would trigger increased long-term devalorization of capital, and thus a long depression. 105. Menshikov has constructed an ingenious model essentially based upon three variables, namely, the rates of growth of labor productivity, of capital intensity, capital stock per hour of labor actually expended, and of the rate of profit. Each of these variables, he argues, adjusts at a different rate. In essence, labor productivity adapts to capital intensity, and capital intensity to the rate of profit. This accounts for the endogenous, practically automatic, nature of the long-term movement. Oscillations are produced by the slow rhythms of adjustment. If the rate of profit is high, there is less need for labor-saving innovations, hence, a long expansion occurs. If the rate of profit is declining, new investment will also decline and a long depression will set in. Conversely, toward the end of the depression, innovations will increase and with them the rate of profit, so that in the end new investment outlays are driven up and a new long expansion is triggered off. The basic assumption here is of a stable or near stable rate of surplus value, so that the rate of profit is exclusively or essentially a function of fluctuations in the organic composition of capital. There is no empirical evidence for this, however. Quite the contrary, such equations simply eliminate the class struggle and its cumulative long-term effects, what Marx called the relative strength of the contenders. And when Menshikov accuses us of holding that capitalism overcame the long interwar depression through accidents or tricks, reforms or militarization, his formula borders on the absurd. 13. How can one consider Hitler's coming to power, Franco's victory in the Spanish Civil War, the massive arms drive in the United States, World War XI, the post-war hegemony of U.S. imperialism in the capitalist economy, or the Marshall Plan as accidents or tricks? What Menshikov presupposes is that a long depression which forces capitalism to renew its technology and forms of organization, including the organization of labor, will automatically succeed in imposing the burden of a new organization of labor, and many other things, upon the working class. This we deny. Working like Forrester at the MIT. Systems Analysis. 106. Center, John Sterman has constructed a simulation model in which long-term movements basically result from the impact on the economy as a whole made by investment decisions in the producer goods sector, Department I in Marx's reproduction tables. 14. The different long-term results then correlate with different rates of growth of sales to final consumers, that is, of Department 11. At a certain degree of correlation between the two growth rates, excess capacity in Department I will develop fairly slowly in the course of several successive business cycles. If the disproportions become larger, then accumulative growth of excess capacity will occur. Sterman can base himself on empirical data from the history of the U.S. economy to support his theory. But he does not sufficiently build into it the mediation of ex ante and ex post rates of profit. Less overcapacity and less physical obsolescence do not automatically lead to a growth of investment decisions, unless these are justified by reasonable expectations of profit. It is true that a growth in excess capacity and obsolescence in value terms automatically trigger lower rates of investment. But that only gives us an asymmetrical long-term movement, an endogenous turn from long expansion to long depression, and a turn from long depression to long expansion which is triggered by exogenous factors, system shocks, leading toward a sharp upturn in the anticipated and achieved rates of profit. Anwar Sheikh's contribution to Marxist economic theory in general and to a Marxist explanation of long waves has been quite outstanding. Unfortunately, he goes astray on one important question. He writes, "My argument is similar to Mandel's, in which long waves of accelerated and decelerated accumulation are direct expressions of corresponding long waves in the rise and decline of the rate of profit, with one crucial difference. Mandel's is a long wave theory based on up and down movements in the rate of profit. In contrast to this, I have long argued that Marx's theory of a secularly falling rate of profit provides a natural foundation for a theory of long waves." 15. 107. We have, of course, never denied the secular tendency of the average rate of profit to decline. But the history of capitalism does confront Marxists with a real challenge. In three periods, after 1848, after 1892, and after 1940-48, there has been an impressive long-term acceleration of capital accumulation, which from a Marxist point of view implies a no less impressive surge of the rate of profit. It is impossible to argue that this expresses in any way whatever the secular trend of the average rate of profit to decline. On the contrary, it temporarily breaks that trend. Anwar Sheikh argues that what is relevant for the transition between long waves is the rising mass of profit. According to Marx, this rise does indeed partially dampen the effects of the declining average rate of profit upon capitalist business activity. However, Marx clearly states that it is only one among several such trends. It was and is our contention that at the very least all of these countervailing forces have to operate, besides the system shocks, for a long expansion to occur. Anwar Sheikh's data themselves prove that this upturn in the rate of profit occurred during the post-war boom in U.S. manufacturing. He then adds, "Over the post-war period, the normal rate of profit displays a clear downward trend. But this is masked by a 17-year wave in capacity utilization, which rises sharply from 1958 to 1966, and then declines just as sharply from 1966 to 1975. The actual rate of profit thus rises in the upturn of the post-war long wave, then falls in the downturn phase. Mandel would interpret this as evidence of a rise and fall in the actual rate of profit causing the long upturn and downturn. I would interpret it as an effect of a secularly falling rate of profit, in which this falling profitability eventually chokes off the long upturn." 16. We have no dispute with the final part of the sentence. But it is beside the point. For the real problem is not what choked off the long expansion. The problem is what made it possible. Anwar Sheikh's graph 7.6 shows a sharp rise in the rate of 108. Profit. What then caused the post-war boom? Simply an increase in capacity utilization? Why did that occur? Was it not also a function of expanding markets? And does this not bring us back to the operation of all countervailing forces in the totality mentioned above? Rabinowitz asserts that our assumption of a rising organic composition of capital is not borne out by the empirical data, and in support of his argument he maintains that the organic composition of capital is reflected in the capital/output ratio. Why this is incorrect? Gerard Dumenil and Dominique Levy have recently produced data for the United States which confirm a constant increase in the capital/labor ratio between 1869 and 1989, that is, for 120 years, even if the rhythm was much stronger in the 1869 to 1912 and 1951 to 89 periods and much weaker between 1912 and 1951. 18. The capital/labor ratio does not completely conform to the organic composition of capital, but it is closely related to it. And so we stand vindicated. Rabinowitz makes the interesting point that the ups and downs of the rate of profit must be related to what he calls the organization of the labor process. We would prefer to stick to the classical Marxist terminology of the rate of surplus value. But at any event, when he speaks of the relative porosity of labor, he should have spelled out the central question. The possibility for capital to extract more surplus labor from productive wage labor depends upon the end result of two contradictory movements: the rate of growth of labor productivity, which is the source of relative surplus value, and the capacity of the workers, through the ongoing class struggle, to increase the value, price of production, of labor power by incorporating into wages the purchasing power for additional goods and services. We shall return to this in the next chapter. In point of fact, in the present slump the constantly rising mass unemployment results to a large degree from the constant rise in the productivity of labor under conditions of sharply reduced average rates of growth of output and income. 109. For the first edition of this book, we encountered difficulties in establishing statistical data on long-term fluctuations of profit rates properly so called. We therefore used interest rate fluctuations as an indicator, or reflection, of profit rates. But since then the studies of Dumenil and Levy have directly confirmed the long-term fluctuation in the profit rate in the United States. One of the explanations for a persistent above-average profit rate during an expansionary long wave is the long-term availability of various sources of surplus profits, of which the most striking are technological rents and monopolistic rents. The fact that these are available is connected with the dialectic of scientific discoveries, technological innovation, and technological diffusion, already dealt with in Chapter 2 of this book. We saw there that for Schumpeter, and later Gerhard Mensch as well as Van Duygen, Dosey and others, a bunching of technological innovations occurs toward the end of long depressive waves and is the main cause of an expansionary long wave. To verify the Mensch-Van-Duygen hypothesis, Kleinknecht has made a thorough examination of the existing data and of the present state of the controversy, basing himself especially on Mahdavi's evaluation of 120 major innovations. 20 After taking into consideration a number of criticisms, especially that of Clark, Freeman, and so et. 21 Kleinknecht concludes that the cluster of innovations hypothesis is not called into question. He adds that a long depression is likely to have a contradictory influence upon the emergence of new technologies, on the one hand providing a strong incentive to strike out in new directions, but on the other hand increasing the risks involved in such a move. In Kleinknecht's view, the empirical evidence indicates that the depression trigger mechanism is stronger than the inhibiting factors. 22 It is doubtful whether the conclusion is valid, however, at least in such a simplified form. In order to rescue his initial position, which really involves a technological explanation of long waves, Mensch has advanced a more sophisticated account of the turn from long depression to long expansion. 23 He now considers that a key contributing factor is the incidence of disappointing depreciation of installed capital goods in stagnating industries. This induces investors to seek out alternatives, taking into account fluctuations in capacity utilization, and thus makes the system ready for new technologies. 24 There is a gap in Mensch's argument, however. For massive, as distinct from exploratory, innovations to occur, there must be simultaneously a sharp rise in the rate of profit and a significant enlargement of the market. No massive investment outlays in new technologies and new products will occur as long as prospective sales remain below a certain threshold. We are talking of billions of units, if not more, sold throughout the world over several decades. So the question is not, are new inventions available? Or have new innovations started? The question is, are they of sufficient scope and sufficient duration to make possible a repetition of the post-war boom? The evidence so far clearly points in the opposite direction. 111. Neither billions of ecologically clean motor cars, nor billions of household or laser application robots are likely to be sold in the foreseeable future. To be sure, the electric car has gone beyond the purely experimental stage. 25 So have new advances in biotechnology. But their massive introduction, and thus the massive appearance of technological rents, is inhibited by formidable economic obstacles. 26 It should be added that the first edition of this book already mentioned the importance of the cumulative nature of the technological innovations necessary to lead to a real technological revolution. Each of these implies new machine systems, based on different sources of energy. First we had machines produced by handicraft labor, still driven by steam, first technological revolution. Then we had man-operated machines driven by electricity, second technological revolution. The third technological revolution, still unfolding, involves machine systems that are semi-automatically operated by the massive use of microelectronics. Christopher Freeman distinguishes 5 Kondratiev waves, the 5th still underway, in an interesting section that further develops the points we made in this regard. He then concentrates on a thorough analysis of the 3rd Kondratiev wave, which he calls the age of steel, electrification, and imperialism. 27. Finally, we should stress a socio-economic aspect of the problem of technological revolutions, one which serves to link the dynamics of demand to the dynamics of supply. Just taking the 3rd technological revolution, we can say that probably up to 40% of the high growth rates of the post-war boom were due to no more than 2 sectors, housing and automobiles. Not only were billions of units built and sold in these 2 sectors, they also led to huge sales in other industrial sectors, rubber, ball bearings, batteries, petrol and other fuel, highways, household equipment, paint, glass and so on. For a new expansionary wave to occur, new products must be produced which have the same cumulative dynamic. And that is obviously not the case with color televisions or 112. Personal computers. Here we are faced with a basic contradiction of the capitalist growth process, namely, that both a sharp increase in the rate of profit and a huge widening of the market are necessary to bring about a long expansion. Normally, the capitalist way of securing the first condition conflicts with the capitalist way of assuring the second. Now, to assume that a rising rate of profit will more or less automatically guarantee a parallel expansion of the market for mass consumer goods is as unrealistic as to assume that a massive increase in sales of consumer goods will automatically lead to a rise, not to speak of a long-term rise, in the rate of profit. Only under exceptional circumstances will these 2 conditions for long-term expansion actually coincide. A long depression, then, will stimulate the search for new technologies and new products, but it will also inhibit anything beyond the early stages of innovation. So it is not technological innovation per se which triggers a new long-term expansion. Only when this expansion has already begun can technological innovations occur on a massive scale. The huge technological rents they generate for the innovating firms then lend momentum to a long-term expansion. Later, of course, when the new technologies and products become more widespread, the technological rents start to be eroded. This happens in spite of efforts by oligopolies to defend them, which include the erection of obstacles to new massive innovations that might morally depreciate the huge productive capacities already in place. Hence, the innovation initiative tends to slide towards smaller new firms, although these do not have the means for massive outlays and can operate only as initiators, not as generalizers, of innovations. We therefore stand by our accumulation of capital explanation of the long waves. It is the sum total of factors ultimately offsetting a long-term decline in the rate of profit which are the basic condition of possibility for a new long expansion. Massive technological innovations explain why this movement gathers momentum, not why it occurs. This whole debate has eminently concrete implications. 113. Evidently, upturns in the business cycle continue to take place during long depressions, just as periodic crises of overproduction continue to break out during long expansions. But is it a possibility that the present long depression will eventually give way to a soft landing? In predicting otherwise, we are neither being dogmatic nor engaging in political wishful thinking. We do not exclude such a possibility in principle. We simply identify what is its basic precondition, a massive system shock which combines a sharp rise in the rate of profit, induced by an even steeper rise in the rate of surplus value, and a considerable broadening of the market. The latter could only occur, in the present world situation, through total integration of the former USSR and the People's Republic of China into the capitalist world market. The former would necessitate a major defeat of the working class, not necessarily in the form of fascist-like dictatorships, and a no less grave defeat of the Third World liberation movements, in both cases at least in all the principal countries. The first steps in this direction have, to be sure, already occurred, but the end result is far from certain. To assume that the spread of mass unemployment and mass poverty on a world scale could alone produce such outcomes is to discount the potential for mass resistance and its various political crystallizations. In light of what is happening in a number of countries, that is not a realistic hypothesis. 28 So we are drawn back to the problem of the relative autonomy of the class struggle cycle from long waves in the international capitalist economy as such. From a Marxist point of view, this constitutes a fundamental methodologically theoretical problem, and we only repeat here what we stated at the Brussels colloquium in January 1989. To bring the controversy to its vital implication, is the class struggle cycle mechanically determined by economic forces resulting essentially from levels of employment, i.e., from fluctuations in the reserve army of labor? Do long-term depressions make crushing defeats of the working class unavoidable? Was Adolf Hitler's victory in 1933 inevitable? Or should one rather? 114. Say that there is indeed a relative autonomy of long-term class struggle results, a relative desynchronization of the class struggle and the ups and downs of investment, output, employment, and income? Can the subjective factor in history make a decisive difference between victory and defeat of, for example, Foss? Winky face. CLSM It is undeniable, in the light of empirical evidence, that long-term fluctuations of real wages are not a straightforward function of the ups and downs of the unemployment rate, but a function of a whole series of variables, which I have attempted to analyze elsewhere. There is an interesting philosophical debate underlying this controversy. Two varieties of determinism confront each other here: mechanical economic, economistic, rectilinear determinism on the one hand, dialectical parametrical socio-economic determinism on the other hand. I contend that the second version of determinism, which sees two or three possible outcomes for each specific historical crisis, not innumerable ones, for sure, nor ones unrelated to the basic motive forces of a given mode of production, but definitely several ones, corresponds both to Marx's theory and to Marx's analytical practice. 29 New issues, new clarifications. Since the first edition of this book appeared, a number of international scientific colloquia have confirmed the growing interest in the problem of long waves. Such events took place in June 1985 in Paris, sponsored by the Fernand Braudel Center, Binghamton, and the Maison des Sciences de l'Homme, in June 1985 sponsored by the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, IASA, in June 1985 in Weimar, GDR, sponsored by the IASA, in December 1986 at the Universities of Siena and Florence, in July 1987 at the University of Montpellier, sponsored by the same IASA and the Fernand Braudel Center, in March 1988 in Novosibirsk, Akademgorodok, and in January 1989 at the Vrije University at Brussels, organized by Kleinknecht, Wallerstein, and myself. Most of these debates and discussions focused on what David Gordon has called the social conditions of accumulation. In a paper submitted to the Brussels colloquium, Gordon stated that in the first chapter of this book we misinterpreted his views by classifying him among the endogenous school of long-wave theoreticians. It is possible that our criticism of Gordon was exaggerated. We note, however, that he himself felt the need explicitly to rectify his position on the issue. So, instead of pursuing a superseded polemic, let us conclude that we now largely agree on the importance of the exogenous component, system shocks, in the causal chain of factors leading from a depressive to an expansionary long wave. Important new data have underlined the salience of certain trends and events in the long waves of capitalist development. 116. Let us mention the following in particular: changes in workers' consumption, involving the bundle of what are considered to be socially necessary goods and services capable of being purchased by the average wage, changes in the organization of labor at plant level, including in the so-called service industries, measurable changes in the intensity and the outcome of current class struggles, especially strikes, changes in the supply of wage labor, including the impact of variations in international migration, Connections between the hegemony of a capitalist state in the world market and the capacity of its currency to be accepted worldwide as general equivalent, to be as good as gold, the role of wars, revolutions, and counter-revolutions in the rise and decline of such hegemonic powers, the role of the expansion and contraction of credit in the alternation of long waves, shifts in corporifery relations and their impact on long waves. All these areas of clarification enable us to be more precise in analyzing both the concept of social conditions of accumulation and the endogenous versus exogenous debate. Let us first note the contribution by Mauro Galigotti from the University of Ancona, which has received too little attention so far. 2LT reintroduces into long-wave theory the Keynesian, or neo-Keynesian, dimension of demand pull through strong fluctuations of the multiplier. We have fundamental objections to Keynes's explanation of business cycles. But from a Marxist point of view, which considers economic growth expanded reproduction as the unity of a process of surplus value production and a process of surplus value realization, the first by no means guaranteeing the second, a study of the fluctuations of aggregate demand during long waves is a necessary and hitherto neglected component of long-wave analysis. Not unrelated to these aggregate demand fluctuations is the problem of the level of the socially necessary wage during successive long waves. As we have recalled many times, Marx was categorically opposed to any iron law of wages theory of the kind adopted by Malthus or Lassalle. 117. And to some extent by Ricardo too, which in the last analysis rests upon demographic considerations. Wages are supposed always to fall to the physiological minimum as a result of variations in the supply of wage laborers due to birth rate, or child survival, fluctuations. For Marx, by contrast, wages have two components, one physiological, and one historical or social. The former represents the lower limit below which wages cannot fall without threatening to make the working class, and hence capitalism itself, disappear. Similarly, the historical social component has an upper limit beyond which wages cannot rise without making surplus value, and hence capitalism, disappear. But between the lower and the upper limit wages can and do fluctuate, as a function of what Marx called the respective powers of the class combatants 3. We can assume that in general, during the boom phase of the business cycle and during an expansionary long wave, there is greater scope for wage earners to incorporate new goods and services into the socially recognized average wage. Conversely, during an economic crisis and during a long depression, there is greater scope for capitalists to eliminate a certain number of goods from the average real wage. But these are only possibilities. To what extent they are actually realized, if at all, depends upon a dialectic of the objective and the subjective factors in history, among which the degree of organization, class consciousness, and militancy of the two basic classes in bourgeois society, as well as the quality and unity of their leaderships and the character of their historical traditions, play an important role. What Rosa Luxemburg called the civilizing nature of the modern labor movement consists precisely in its tendency to make wage earners aware of new needs and make them fight for their realization. Marx made the same point in the Grundriss 4 and in the 1861-63 manuscript Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. Bebel later expressed it negatively when he spoke of the damned lack of needs, verdammt Bedürfnislosigkeit, of the workers. 118. To this increase in the mass of goods and services consumed by wage earners in phases of economic expansion must be added, as Marx again repeatedly stressed, the civilizing effects of the workers' struggle for a shorter working day, including its positive impact on the development of the positive forces. Again, in phases of economic crisis and depression, capital seeks to reverse this trend. But then custom and tradition enter the picture. When working-class families have become accustomed to certain patterns of consumption, and to a certain length of the working day, their resistance to capitalists' attempts to erode previous gains can be very strong, in spite of a deteriorating balance of forces due to mass unemployment. What is currently occurring in the assault on social security provisions well illustrates this tendency. Capital will try to weaken or break the workers' capacity for resistance by inflating the reserve army of labor and inflicting massive political social defeats upon the working class. Reorganization of the labor process at plant level is an essential component of the first trend. But this then becomes, together with assaults on real wages, the main cause of mounting class conflicts during the final phase of a depressive long wave. It is true that the workers often enter a long expansion in a relatively weak position. During the previous depression, their relative class strength has been eroded by long-term mass unemployment and impoverishment, perhaps leading to political defeats. But during the long expansion this strength is gradually rebuilt, thanks to growing employment, better conditions for organization and struggle, and weaker resistance by the employers to wage increases. Of course, none of these processes develops mechanically, the subjective factor always plays a powerful role. Conversely, the working class often enters a subsequent depressive wave with greater strength than it entered the expansive wave, a greater capacity to defend itself and fight back, again taking into consideration all the variants of the subjective factor. We therefore get a dialectic of uneven. 119. And combined development of current economic trends, working class reactions, and economic end results, in which the structural dependence, subordination, of wage labor to capital is combined with the relative autonomy of working class reactions, struggles. Again, this is asymmetrical. Labor cannot prevent capital from reacting to the falling rate of profit through measures which lead to a slump. But the way in which it defends itself will bear upon the capacity of the system to initiate a new long-term boom at labor's expense. There is thus a three-phase movement: initial economic development resulting from the capitalists' decisions, a consequent generation of working class and inter-capitalist reactions and conflicts, ultimate economic developments resulting from interactions between the second and the first. This complex dialectic corresponds to the basic historical fact that capitalist growth is always uneven, disproportionate growth, the outcome of which is not determined in advance. 5. Francisco Lua has shed new light on the endogenous versus exogenous debate, to which he has identified 23 contributors. 6. He places the debate within the broader framework of the relationship between scientific discovery and technical progress, going beyond the conclusions that we drew at the beginning of Chapter 2 of this book. We argued there that the relation between scientific progress and long waves can be reduced, in the last analysis, to the role of applied science, in the context of capitalist production and accumulation. But this was in conflict with our own insistence on the relative autonomy of the class struggle cycle. We agree with Lua when he rejects the technological economic paradigm, in favor of the notion of a technological economic subsystem which, together with socio-institutional changes, essentially accounts for the turn from one long wave to another. Scientific discoveries can add up to constitute a scientific revolution and then trigger a technological revolution. Discussing theories of scientific revolution, Lewis stresses that whereas they mostly start from the premises of equilibrium theory, economic history confirms the Marxist thesis. 120. That capitalism is a system of disequilibrium in which momentary equilibrium is a borderline case. The endogenous versus exogenous debate becomes clearer in the light of this analysis. Thus technological revolutions, as well as heightened class struggle and the relative strength of the working class and the labor movement, are obviously endogenous in long waves. But the actual outcome of class conflicts is not preordained. It is a partially independent variable, and in that precise sense is not endogenous. It is not predictable for the capitalist class. It weighs on its investment decisions and therefore on capital's capacity to launch a new expansionary long wave, regardless of whether discoveries, inventions, and new products are or are not available to unleash a wave of massive technological innovations. 8. Apart from rationalization, i.e., the stepping up of labor-saving investments, the ups and downs of massive immigration modify the supply/demand ratio for wage labor and thereby the objective relationship of forces between capital and labor. 9. Here too the relationship with long waves has been further elucidated, especially through the work of Lydia Potts. 10. The data she gives show a clear correlation of international migratory waves in all the major capitalist countries throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, with the single exception of Japan. There are strong peaks of international migration during expansionary long waves, whereas there is a relative falling off during long depressions. In the post-war period, this correlation with long waves was even more pronounced. In West Germany, the number of immigrant workers peaked in 1973, 11.9% of the total workforce, and was down to 7.5% by 1987. In France, the maximum was reached in 1973 and since then has steadily declined. The following chart displays an impressive correlation for the United States. The fact that the rising immigration trend in the United States does not appear to have been reversed, despite the long depressive wave since the early 1970s, is due to a number of factors. First of all, the official figures are misleading with regard to the 1986 Act, which grants amnesty to illegal immigrants. That is, they do not reflect an increase in the real level of immigration but only in the number of legally recognized immigrants. It should also be borne in mind that immigrants from Puerto Rico are not immigrants at all, as Puerto Rico is a part of the United States. And finally, the porosity of the southern frontier of the United States is due not only to the huge wage and welfare differences with Mexico and Central America, but also to the deliberate attempts by North American capitalists to use cheap unprotected immigrant labor as a means of depressing wages in the United States, and to further the deunionization of the American working class. This raises a more general question about international migration under capitalism, a movement of enormous proportions involving more than 100 million people, 60 million before the early 1920s and more than 30 million after World War XI. 11. The traditional literature often lays stress. 122. On the immigrant's own initiative in response to wretched conditions in the country of origin, such as the Great Irish Famine of the 1840s. But that approach only reflects a secondary aspect of the actual historical trend. Under capitalism, basic economic initiative lies in the hands of capital, not in those of labor. When there is a reduced demand for wage labor in given countries, inward migration will decline, even if poverty and demographic pressure in the countries of emigration continue to rise. What is happening today with immigration from the Maghreb and Black Africa into Western Europe illustrates this fact of capitalist life. Migration, then, essentially answers capital's call and follows the international movements of capital. Indeed, there is a striking fit between such movements and migration flows in the 19th and 20th centuries. 12. This is why Lydia Potts's assumption that there already exists a world market for wage labor is essentially incorrect. It generalizes what is only an incipient, embryonic tendency. The real worldwide reserve army of labor is enormous, the mass of underemployed, landless laborers and poor peasants in the Third World, as well as the mass of qualitatively underemployed industrial workers there, those who work at a qualitatively lower average productivity of labor, probably add up to more than 1 billion people. In addition, the industrialized countries themselves have large numbers of housewives and pensioners not currently employed in wage labor who would be quite willing to take up half-time or part-time jobs, were these to be available. If there did exist a world market for wage labor, this huge mass would increase the supply of labor power in the industrialized and semi-industrialized countries beyond all recognition. This would cause a general trend toward the equalization of wages worldwide, at a level radically lower, let us say 4 to 5 times lower, than the average wage in the industrialized countries today. There is absolutely no sign that such a trend is already operating. It might be objected that institutional and political ideological barriers, racism. 123. Sexism, reactions by the unionized labor aristocracy, prevent this from happening. Potts indeed makes this point. But it is only part of the real process. Behind capital's capacity to manipulate the offer of labor power lies the phenomenon of segmented labor markets, which is fundamentally economic and not purely ideological. This in turn reflects qualitative differences between the mobility of capital, which is nearly unlimited, and the relative immobility of the working class, which has its roots in the very nature of wage labor. 13. Hence, the capacity of capital to impose all these constraints, and resulting divisions within the modern proletariat, is neither unlimited nor preordained. As in the case of wage fluctuations, it depends at least in part on subjective factors that remain unpredictable for capital. Where there is a certain level of working class consciousness and a minimum of adequate leadership, the segmentation of labor markets can be partially overcome. Immigrant workers can be increasingly integrated into a more and more united labor force, can even play an organizing role for the indigenous working class. There are certainly historical examples of such successful integrations: Jewish workers in Amsterdam, New York or Thessaloniki, the Jewish Bund in parts of Russian Poland, Italian workers in Belgium and Switzerland, Italian and Spanish workers in other European countries. It has to be recognized, of course, that for the last 150 years these are the exceptions rather than the rule. But the conclusion still stands. Capital does not have in advance an unrestricted capacity to impose segmented labor markets, and thus to secure huge increases in the rate of surplus value that decisively contribute to a rise in the rate of profit and help to trigger a new expansionary long wave. The degree of working class resistance is largely unpredictable for capital. It is a partially independent variable. Elmer Altvater has drawn attention to the quite different degrees of success that capital achieves in its attempts to impose a dual society, according to the institutional context. 124. In which the working class and the labor movement are historically placed. 14. He identifies four distinct situations: continuing relative strength of trade unions, as in the welfare states of Western Europe, relative weakness or persistent decline of unions, United States, a brutal and successful breaking of union power by the government, Britain, a government drive to deregulate the labor market in the absence of strong independent unions, with measures of social protection either accorded or withheld according to the economic policy orientation and the degree of mass resistance, Eastern Europe and the former USSR. He could have added a fifth category, namely, countries like India, where a huge reserve army of labor makes the trade union movement chronically weak. Altvater's typology clearly confirms the different degrees of working class resistance to the attempted imposition of large increases in the rate of surplus value. He also stresses new forms of segmentation of the labor market, internationally, by transfers to the Third World of less skilled and high-polluting jobs, in the West, a modest increase in self-employment made possible by microelectronics, and the encouragement of immigration by highly skilled workers from Eastern Europe, as opposed to low-skilled immigrants. Altvater assumes, however, that moves toward worldwide regulation, with the emergence of new social conditions of accumulation, are somehow automatically successful. This seriously underestimates the various degrees of workers' resistance depending upon a number of political, ideological, subjective factors. Eric Tucker, for example, makes the following point: Ontario's experience is instructive. It showed that a concerted campaign by workers to politicize the problem of unsafe and unhealthy workplaces can put pressure on the state to exercise its regulatory powers more forcefully. When this is accompanied by the election of a government which feels itself to be at least somewhat dependent on workers' votes, a tougher approach to enforcement may be implemented. This analysis strengthens our thesis of a long-term class struggle cycle, which is one of this book's main new contributions to long-wave theory. In Figure 3, p. 39 this volume, I projected a general trend of European class struggle, derived from general historical knowledge but uncorroborated by empirical data. Beverly Silver has drawn up a curve based on newspaper reports of major workers' struggles, which dovetails quite closely with my own projected curve. If there is a discrepancy, it is mainly due to the fact that Spain, the country where class explosions peaked several times in the 20th century, is absent from Silver's data. 16. In the following historical scale of class struggles from 1871 to 1973, the unbroken line is Silver's and the dotted one is taken from the first edition of this book. At the Brussels Symposium in 1989, Giorgio Gatti presented statistics on the number of strike days in Britain, Germany, France, the United States, and Italy, which show peaks in 1893, 1905-06, revolution in Russia, 1911-13, 1913 having the absolute maximum before World War I, 1919-21, Russian and German revolutions, big strike wave in northern Italy, 1926, British general strike. The statistics are somewhat flawed because they leave out France 1936-45, Spain 1912-37, and Germany 1933-48. After 1945 there was an important strike wave in Germany. Attempted a most subtle explanation of the recurrent peaks of international working class explosions in relation to long waves of capitalist development. 19. This interconnection is structured around the readiness of capitalists to engage in large-scale investment, according to their awareness and fears of workers' militancy and restiveness. And this is in turn bound up with waves of working class achievement and frustration, related to the effects of long expansions and long depressions upon the class relationship of forces and the level of class consciousness. There are a number of interesting and persuasive elements in this analysis. But it suffers simultaneously from an excessively voluntarist and an excessively fatalistic bias. Thus, the willingness of capital to launch a massive wave of investment at the end of a long depression is not adequately related to a strong surge in the rate of profit. The degree of resistance, frustration, of the working class is not adequately related to employers' attempts to introduce a radical change in the organization of labor, which is one of the ways for capital to drive up the rate of surplus value and thereby the rate of profit. Nor is there sufficient understanding of the uncertain, unpredictable outcome of these trials of strength and their connection with the relative power and weakness of the working class, the labor movement, during the previous 25-year period. At the same time, Skrepinti tries to explain the successive waves of workers' militancy and class explosions essentially as spontaneous impulses and movements, thereby reducing the role of organizations and the clash of leaderships. This leads him to identify worldwide patterns which do not correspond to the historical reality. Why did the revolution of 1848 not extend to Britain? Why did the Commune of 1871 occur in Paris and not in Germany? Why was the Russian Revolution victorious and the German Revolution defeated? Why did the German labor movement capitulate before Hitler in 1933 and the Austrian and especially Spanish working classes rise up against fascism in 1934-36? Why has there never been a nationwide 128th general strike in the United States? Why did the Argentine working class, which held a large number of general strikes, never challenge the political power of the bourgeoisie, whereas the Brazilian working class, with much less strike experience, at least appears to be initiating such a challenge? Are these differences insignificant? Were the defeats inevitable? We believe that our explanation of the relatively autonomous class struggle cycle, while certainly more simple than Skrepinti's, better corresponds to what really happened in history as well as being theoretically more coherent. It would certainly profit greatly from incorporating some of Skrepinti's contributions. The relationship between the relatively autonomous class struggle cycle and long waves of capitalist development is rooted in, among other things, the very nature of the bourgeoisie and the wage earners as social classes. In the capitalist mode of production, the bourgeoisie is perfectly capable of laying off workers and closing down factories on a large scale, if this corresponds to its current preoccupations and interests. The wage-earning class could prevent this only by directly challenging the power of capital nationwide. There is no historical example of this happening during a severe economic crisis, although it might have developed in Germany in 1923 and again in the early 1930s if the rise of fascism had been successfully reversed. Nevertheless, in the latter phase of a crisis and during a long depression, capital is not able mechanically to impose on a restive working class policies which would entail that the price of the crisis is paid by the workers. Capital has total power over plants and machines. It does not have total power over living labor. In a similar vein to discrepancies, some authors have even ventured to correlate war cycles with long waves. Again, they offer interesting material, but their conclusions are too mechanistic. What is important to stress, however, even more than we did in the first edition of this book, is that the existence, or absence, of a hegemonic power on the world market is of great importance for the expansion of large-scale credit. 129. In the international capitalist economy, there can be no doubt that U.S. capitalism has lost its absolute hegemony on the world market. This can be seen clearly from the following table. This has major implications for the capacity of the system to postpone the day of reckoning by means of inflation. 20. As indicated above, a non-hegemonic power cannot in the long run impose on its competitors and on individual capitalists its own depreciated paper currency as general equivalent, by essentially military political means. If the decline of the dollar has not yet turned into a free fall, it is because U.S. imperialism, while losing its lead in labor productivity over certain West European countries and Japan, maintains and even increases the superiority compared with Third World and former Eastern Bloc countries. These then suffer what Pierre Salama has tellingly called a dollarization of their economies. Throughout the history of modern capitalism, a growing conflict has arisen between the tendency of capital to operate on a world scale and its structuring, for reasons of self-defense, as national capital. There is a tendency for this conflict to become relatively milder during long expansionary waves and relatively sharper during long depressions. Contemporary imperialism was born as a result of the long 1873–93 depression, with its protectionist and beggarly neighbor impetus, and its violent wars of colonial conquest. During the long expansionary wave that followed in 1893–1913, when all powers profited, albeit in different degrees, from the growth in world trade, inter-imperialist. 130. Rivalry continued to increase. At first this took on a more peaceful aspect, no major wars occurred, with the exception of the one between Russia and Japan. But the arms drive swiftly gathered pace and, as the expansionary forces spent themselves, a major war became likely. Its outbreak just after the big economic crisis of 1913 was not a mere coincidence. During the long depression of 1913–48, the breakup of the world market among predominantly national capitalist powers, what Bukharin called state capitalist trusts 21, became a defining feature of the world's situation. Internationalization of capital seemed to be on the retreat. It may be argued, of course, that these were just stepping stones toward international expansionism, which was itself a springboard for the conquest of world hegemony, as reflected by U.S. imperialism in Latin America, German imperialism in Central and Eastern Europe, British imperialism in the Middle East, Japanese imperialism in China and South Asia. But the fundamental trend was one of fragmentation, not of further unification of the world market. 22. From 1949 on, the tendency was increasingly reversed. This process was certainly not unrelated to the emergence of U.S. imperialism as the hegemonic power in the world economy, but the basic cause lay deeper. It corresponded to the growing internationalization of the productive forces, the growing internationalization of functioning capital, the emergence of the multinational, transnational, corporation as the predominant capitalist form on the world market. 23. These multinational corporations became more and more autonomous of even the most powerful states. One major consequence of this weakness of the bourgeois state vis-à-vis functioning capital is the growing privatization of money, a most striking feature of the present depressive long wave. Credit money creation increasingly takes place through speculative operations which no state body controls, whose precise extent is not even known. 24. The bourgeoisie continues to need state power, but under conditions where functioning. 131. Capital is predominantly internationalized, the only adequate form of state power would be a world state, which is precisely what cannot be realized under capitalism, for both economic and social political reasons. The contradictions of inter-imperialist competition and the absence of a single hegemonic power are illustrated by what is occurring in the field of electronics. Japan and South Korea have gained a significant advance vis-a-vis the USA in many of the subfields of electronics. But with regard to the diffusion of personal computers and users of cable television, the USA are far in advance of Japan, as is shown by the following table. This is not unrelated to the specific form of Japanese capitalism's semi-authoritarian methods of control over the Japanese people, as stressed and denounced by Associate Professor Eshi Katsura, of Tokyo University of Art and Design, IBIDM. More in general, Carol Van Wolf Aaron, The Enigma of Japanese Power, Vintage Books, New York 1990, argues that the outstanding successes of the Japanese economy, its export drive, its huge balance of payments surplus, its funding of the U.S. deficits, has been largely due to government orientation. Therefore the bubble of skyrocketing land and stock prices does not burst, p. 399. But won't it in the future? In fact, of the three big capitalist power blocks, the USA, 132, Japan, and Germany, Japan seems the most vulnerable. And this, as we have said before, is not unrelated to the specific forms of bourgeois rule in that country, the specific ways in which it tries to extract, impose, consensus in society, including inside the ruling class itself. In the light of this consideration, an important addition has to be made to the line of reasoning which I defend in this book with regard to the importance of the subjective factor in history, more precisely the concrete dialectic of the objective and the subjective factors in history. When we speak about the uncertain outcome of class struggles during a long depressive wave, we have to examine not only the situation of the wage-earning class but also that of the ruling class. While it is clear that the relative strength of the working class is weakened by rising unemployment in the Depression, we stressed repeatedly that this weakening is only relative. The wage earners keep a great potential of resistance, accumulated during the previous expansive long wave. Now precisely for that reason, the capitalist class is divided during a phase of the Depression on the strategy to follow regarding the ways and means of imposing on the wage earners the burden of the restoration of the rate of profit through a radical increase in the rate of surplus value, the rate of exploitation. Its hesitations are due to the fact that if it goes too far it might provoke very large fight-back reactions by the toilers. What is happening now in the USA, Britain, France, Spain, and Italy confirms this diagnosis. German and Spanish capitalists did not unanimously opt in favor of fascism in 1933 and 1936, far from it. In Germany they hesitated on a course of trying to crush immediately the labor movement even after Hitler became chancellor. They were afraid of civil war, as did actually occur in Spain, where they miscalculated gravely and nearly lost. If they did win after all in Spain, this was due to the weakness of the subjective factor on the side of the workers, inadequacy of revolutionary consciousness, and leadership not predetermined, overdetermined, by economic conditions. 133. Economically, competition continues to operate within the framework of internationalized capital, as a result of the persistence of private property, many capitals. Politically, the relative efficiency of state power as a means of political social defense of bourgeois rule still largely depends upon the legitimacy of nation-states, while emerging transnational state bodies suffer from a lack of anything really comparable. Because there is no bourgeois world state and money needs the underpinning of a state. 25. There is no real world money. 26. The growing privatization of money therefore implies growing international monetary disorder. And such disorder becomes an important additional obstacle preventing an end to the current long depression. One of the general features of any long depressive wave is the progressive speeding up of capital depreciation. As technological innovations become popularized, the commodities in which they are embodied become cheaper. A good example is that of computers, and especially of their microchip and semiconductor components. A microcomputer today costs 10,000 times less than the first ENIAC computer, has the capacity to compute 20 times faster, and occupies only 1/30,000 th of the space. Integrated circuits seem to double in complexity with every year that passes. In 1976 to 78 each circuit contained more than 262,000 bits. The cost of one bit stored in memory was reduced by 35% per year in the 1970s. 27 But then comes the hitch. Who is going to buy 25% more chips, integrated circuits, or semiconductors each year? Already in 1960, 5 billion transistors were being produced. Will there be a saleable output of 5 billion transistors a year to keep up with the reduction in production costs? And if this does not happen, technological rents disappear and even average profits are doomed to decline. 28 So what had to happen did happen. In 1984 IBM made after-tax profits of almost $7 billion, no other company in the world has ever made as much. In 1992 IBM lost $5 billion, more than any other company ever did in the world. The 134. More precisely, and with less extrapolation, Professor Wader Kunerth, Executive Vice President of Siemens, states: the higher the level of technology, the more the need for capital, the fewer the players and the greater the need for a big market. One might add, and the lower the profits. Another expert used a striking image: if Rolls-Royce had achieved the same productivity gains as the television industry, a Rolls would cost the same today as a bicycle. 30 There you have in a nutshell the main laws of motion of capitalism as laid bare by Karl Marx. 31. 135. Robots are another example of this basic contradiction. When they started to be produced, over-enthusiastic observers spoke about a withering away of human labor. Each robot used in industry replaces on average 2 jobs, with 1 overseer remaining for every 4 to 5 machines. 32 That would really be the post-industrial society, but also the post-market society, as Marx already predicted in the Grundrisse 140 years ago. Unfortunately for the diehards of market economy, robots do not buy goods and services. But they do produce a mountain of increasingly unsaleable goods. 33 Be this as it may, all the stories about robots and the disappearance of human labor turned out to be science fiction. We are not living in the age of full automation. We are still living in the age of semi-automation. Already in 1983 Stanley Paulson predicted that in the early 1990s only 40,000 robots would be sold annually, for a total of no more than $2 billion. 34 And now there has appeared an overproduction of robots and overcapacity of the robot-producing industry. 35 All this means that technological rents disappear, and that large masses of commodity capital and fixed capital lose part of their value. Depreciation of capital entails relative shortage of available capital, which makes massive investment in new technologies and new products more difficult. 36 At first sight, this conclusion contradicts one of the key features of the present long depression. How can one talk of devalorization of capital in a world awash with paper money, under conditions of declining inflation? But the paradox is only apparent. The great bulk of floating paper money is in the hands of those sectors of the capitalist class who basically operate in speculation, real estate, stock market, or currency speculation, and not in the field of surplus value production. But the enormous mass of interest they receive is subtracted from the total of currently produced surplus value. Therefore, the fraction of that surplus value available for current productive investment declines, as does expanded reproduction, growth, of the economy as a whole. The average rate of 136. Profit remains relatively depressed. The end of the long depression is not in sight. Let us illustrate this phenomenon by a nearly unbelievable figure. According to the Financial Times of March 21, 1994, the notional value of futures contracts traded on all world exchanges has reached a total of $14 trillion a year, $14 trillion. Of course, the same speculators may well use the same advances in several successive operations, so that the actual annual outlay in futures trading may be more like $14 trillion divided by 5 or 10. But even that is a staggering figure if one considers that according to the Chase Manhattan Bank, total privately owned capital excluding real estate and housing amounted worldwide in 1993 to $10 trillion. To conclude, then, the sum of all the factors discussed in this chapter points to the basic weakness of the theory of self-regulation of contemporary capitalism. To be sure, capitalism means bourgeois power in most fields of social activity. And this implies the capacity of capital to correlate new patterns of productive investment, accelerated technological research and innovation, new forms of labor organization, new patterns of workers' consumption, and new variants of social ideas and illusions, including within important sectors of the working class, consumerism, neo-reformism, consensus politics, etc. But this, self-regulating capacity is not unlimited. It faces two major obstacles, capitalist competition and the workers' capacity for resistance. These obstacles cannot be easily overcome. They certainly cannot be overcome automatically. The very nature of a long depression makes any attempt in that direction not just difficult but unrealistic. If long periods of prosperity create more favorable conditions for compromise and consensus, long periods of depression favor conflicts in which all contenders refuse to make important concessions. Not successful regulation but growing contradictions and strife tend to prevail. So there will be no soft landing from the long depression. 137. Only business cycle upturns followed by new recessions, with a steady increase in unemployment and long-term average rates of growth much lower than those of the post-war boom.